Sure thing. So good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the Cpdc meeting of Monday, July 14th. I'm Andrew McNichol, the Community Development Director for the Town of Reading. To my right is Senior Planner Olivia Knightley. From the board tonight, we are running a hybrid meeting in person. From my left to right is members John Arena and Tom Armstrong and Chair Heather Klisch. Through the Zoom tonight, we have member Guy Mangianello. We should be expecting new member Andrew McLaughlin on the Zoom as well. As I mentioned, this is a hybrid meeting setup, so the board will look to follow their normal procedures in that an applicant will present their application to the board. The board will provide comment and question amongst themselves and then open the application for public comment and question. If you do have public comment and question, if you're here in the room, please raise your hand for the chair to acknowledge you. Come up to the podium, speak your name and address for the public record, and please make sure your questions are directed to the chair. If you are on the Zoom, please find the raise hand feature found under reactions. We'll look to call on you that way for the chair. If you can't find it, and your camera is on, please try to wave your hand around, we'll capture you. The chat can also go directly to us, but please just use it to note that you would like to ask a question. There's a sign-in sheet in the corner of the room. If you haven't signed in already, please do. Otherwise, this meeting is being recorded and broadcasted by RCTV on all local channels and will be up on their YouTube following the meeting.
And which one of our members is online?
Guy is online. I haven't seen Andrew yet, but he could be one of the phone numbers in, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
If you are, sorry, if I can just, if you are on the Zoom, you can't unmute yourself, which is why it's important to use the raise hand feature or make sure that we can find you. So that's it.
Okay, terrific, thank you. So our first agenda item is opening a public hearing for a minor site plan review for a child care facility at 420 Haverhill Street. We probably need to have somebody read the hearing notice into the record, right?
I do just want to note Guy had his hand up.
Oh, okay, Guy?
I'm unmuted now, guys. Hi, thank you.
Okay, that's
Okay.
all. Okay, gotcha. Let me pull up the legal ad.
And without Hillary here, do we have a volunteer when it comes up to read the notice of public hearing into the record? It's right there.
Oh, okay.
But you need to turn this thing on.
Thank you. Let's see, notice is hereby given that under MGL Chapter 40A and Section 3 of the Sections 4.3 and 4.6 of the Reading zoning bylaws, the Community Planning and Development Commission, CPDC, will hold a public hearing on Monday, July 14th, 2025 at 7 p.m. In the Select Board Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. And through the remote and online measures to hear the minor site plan review and application submitted by Michelle Sousa, the applicant for the property located at 420 Haverhill Street, Assessor's Map 41, Lot 28. The applicant is proposing to change a use to convert the dwelling to a child care facility, including associated interior and exterior improvements. A copy of the application and accompanying plans are available to the public at the town hall by appointment and on the town website Thursday prior to the hearing.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Okay, do we have anyone here to present for this project? Come on up, please. Yes. And the primary reason for that is so that everybody on the Zoom can see and hear you too. That's way down.
Even further. There we go. Hey, everybody. Shall I look there or there?
You can look at us.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Michelle Souza, and I'm the owner of Cobblestone Corner. I am a proud Reading resident, and all three of my children are currently in the Reading Public School, so I am deeply invested in this community for many, many reasons. I have owned and taught at my in-home childcare program at 64 Sanborn Street, just up the street, for over 14 years, and I've graduated over 60 children that have come through my program. I hold a master's degree in early childhood education and a postmaster's degree in early childhood research and policy, underscoring my deep commitment to the field and to providing high-quality early learning experiences. A little bit of a history, if that's okay?
Sure.
So Cobblestone Corner started as a licensed family childcare in my home on the corner of 129 in 2009. I've been very fortunate to have had some families for over 10 years if I've had multiple children. I've been teaching for over 14 years and have built a strong reputation in the community for high quality nurturing education and care. My reason for wanting to expand is that Reading has a very high and growing demand for full day preschool and pre-K programs. Many families are driving to Wilmington, Billerica, North Reading, even as far as Andover to find good quality care. This new site allows me to serve more families while staying true to my roots to educate children in a warm, home-like environment. We will have up to 3 classrooms and a maximum of 39 students, depending on the final design. As far as the site goes, I've been looking for a site for this expansion for about 5 years. Some of the things that I was looking at that I was not willing to settle for was, number one, the exceptional indoor and outdoor educational value. This current property offers unique learning potential. Inside, the home's layout allows for separate classrooms that feel warm, safe, and age-appropriate, and not institutional. Outside, the large natural yard provides a rich environment for nature-based learning, outdoor exploration, and play, which are all key elements of our approach. The second thing I looked for in a property was enough space to ensure traffic flow and sufficient parking space would not impact the neighbors. This site features a driveway that allows one-way traffic. Families can enter from one side and exit through the other. It offers more than enough space to provide the required parking for all staff and families, and actually a few additional spots as per our design. Even after all that, the property still has enough space to provide a beautiful large play area outside for the children to run around in. The third thing that was very important to me was that the location that we picked was a thoughtful fit and not a disruption to the neighborhood. I selected a property that could be gently adapted to support our mission and the town's growing need for full-day preschool without overwhelming an infrastructure or changing the character of the neighborhood. This home is on a street already familiar with school use, and my goal is for the school to look and feel like a thoughtfully cared for home that brings value, not disruption, to the neighborhood. And that's a little bit about history.
Okay, thank you.
Do we want to open it up, or do you want me to further address some of it, like just a little bit of a...
Would you like to give us an overview of like the project
Sure.
itself? I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So the scope has changed a few times just so that we're in line with what the town is asking us to do. The current plan you will see has the lower level being ADA accessible. One of the reasons that this property was so appealing to me is the fact that the lower classroom was big and beautiful and open and led right onto a beautiful backyard. I'm not putting swings, I'm not putting slides. My goal is for it to be as inviting as possible for anyone that needs accessibility. In the current plan, you will see that there is an ADA ramp going into the first floor. As of this morning, I was granted a variance from those, so those will be reflected in the new plans. So it will differ. I just wanted to throw that out there because it would differ a little bit. So the ramp on the right, the outside ramp on the right, will not exist.
Okay.
As far as the traffic flow in the morning, my school has always had a very flexible drop-off and pickup schedule. I do not require the parents to be in at a certain time. I do not require that they don't pick up before a certain time. Many schools say you have to be in by 9 and you cannot pick up before 4 if they close at 5. I've never done that, and I'm not planning to do that at 4:20 either. So that means that the window of drop-offs and pickups is very large. I currently live on the corner of 129, and I have never in my 14 years had an issue with safety or traffic. As far as the neighborhood visual appearance and compatibility, we're putting in things like rain gardens for storm management. We're doing tree and shrub planting along the property edges for screening from the street. And then we're going to be planting flower beds and mulch to beautify the property and maintain the residential charm. As far as the exterior improvements, our emphasis was on curb appeal and minimizing impact on neighbors. If anyone's driven past, we've put a new roof on, the new siding is going up. And obviously once things move through permits, we can start with some other things. The school will run from 8 till 5, Monday through Friday, and then in the summer it will be Monday through Thursday. And like I said, it will be 39 students maximum, depending on the final design. It will probably be a little bit less than that. In the design, I've allowed, so the ratio is one teacher for 10 students for preschool, which means that for 39, I need 4 teachers. I've added another parking spot because those teachers need breaks, and also for directors. So that's why I've added a third. You can't just run it on just the minimal amount. I'm trying to think if I missed anything.
Do you want to talk about parking and the drive and the?
Like the setup?
Yeah, the
Are
setup
you
for
okay if I
parking.
invite
Yes,
Jack up for that? 'Cause
absolutely. I just,
I sort of-
as I went
Okay.
through it, I guess that's my question.
Yeah,
Walk us
absolutely.
through what you're
Sure.
aiming to do there.
Thank you, CPDC members. For the record, my name's Jack Sullivan. I'm owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. And when Michelle reached out to me, she had just purchased a property. She informed me of discussions she's had with town staff, and that led to a direction of creating some parking for this site, and we also needed some drainage mitigation. Since we were going to be increasing impervious areas on site, we had to balance that so that our post-development rate of runoff from this project is less than the pre-development. So in doing that, we utilize the existing horseshoe driveway. It's 13 feet wide. We're going to utilize the northern curb cut as the site entrance, and the southern curb cut will be the exit. A question had come in from engineering that might be read into the record tonight for comments, but there was questions on site distance from that exit. I went out, I did a calculation for the site distance at the exit. The northerly direction is 295 feet of stopping site distance, and heading down towards Charles Street, there's 370 feet of stopping site distance. Just so members of the public and CPDC are aware, Haverhill Street's posted as a 35-mile-an-hour roadway. Highway standards require a minimum 250 feet of safe stopping distance on a 35-mile-an-hour posted road. So you can see we've exceeded that in both directions. Some late comments came in from the fire department tonight. I received them after 4:30 today. There was some questions with fire access to the site. Michelle did reach out to the fire department, had a good conversation with them, and it sounds like we'll be able to work with them. They typically, on most sites, look for at least 18 feet of pavement. In their memo, they said 24, but on other sites in town that I've worked on, it's been 18 feet. But in saying that, we'll try to work with them. Also, just to be upfront with everyone, the engineering department did note that the town only allows 1 curb cut per lot. The only way you typically are allowed a new horseshoe driveways if they're separated by 150 feet. As the board knows, that's difficult to meet when the largest zoning district in town is an S20 zoning district that requires a minimum 120 feet of lot frontage. So there's very few lots that are 150 feet wide. So that creates a challenge. I think in this case, if anyone's been out there for a safety issue, that's probably why there was an existing horseshoe driveway on this site now. We do have the site distance, but where it presently exists, we're hoping it can stay, obviously.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt your flow. Can you remind, I thought I heard something that now feels like it's incorrect. What is the site distance to the north and the south driveway?
So to the north,
To the north?
on
yeah.
the exit, on the southerly curb cut will be the exit, okay?
Yeah.
So to the north, if you,
Which way is southerly?
Sorry.
On that diagram?
Yeah.
To the
Yeah.
left, okay.
yeah, that's, southerly is to the left as we look at the screen. That's three,
To the west.
to the left, yep. That's 370 feet.
Okay.
And then to the right, which is heading towards North Reading, it's 295 feet.
295.
And the minimum requirement is 250.
Okay.
So we can circle back on the circular driveway, but what we were tasked with doing is I believe they needed at least 12 parking spaces for this design. So off of the existing driveway, I created a two-way paved parking lot with a 24-foot wide aisle. I have 13 conventional parking spaces 9 feet wide by 18 feet deep. And I also provide one handicap space. It's a van accessible handicap space. So that handicap space is 8 by 18, and then there's a dedicated 8-foot aisle for handicap access. As Michelle stated, they did receive the variance from the ADA Commission, and we really just need to get a ramp now down to the lower level, which we think is great. I may look to relocate that handicapped aisle towards the back of the parking lot now so that it's as close as possible to that rear entrance, which would make sense. You'd like to try to situate your handicapped access as close as you can to the accessible point. When Michelle first, I think, met with Andrew and Olivia, they said, let's try to do something simple for drainage, simple to me, and I think they mentioned rain garden, but it is simple. A rain garden, for anyone interested, it's like a shallow depression. In this case, I created and it's a landscape feature. So that rain garden is about 18 inches deep. They basically strip the topsoil, they dig down about 24 inches, they put in some loam and mulch, and then landscape plantings that can tolerate wet conditions. So you pick certain plants. I've done a bunch of them in town with great success. So coming off the parking lot, the drainage would drain towards the rain garden. I provide a crushed stone 5 foot wide by 24, 5 foot deep by 24 foot wide crushed stone pre-treatment area, because when water's coming off the driveway, if any silt or sand or total suspended solids were collected, they'd be collected and could be collected in that crushed stone area before going into the rain garden. It's something you'd like to see. You want to see pre-treatment. And then it would go into the rain garden. The rain garden's allowed to fill up. I sized the rain garden to handle a 10-year storm event, which is about 5 inches of rain over a 24-hour period. In excess of a 10-year storm, water would be allowed to overflow the rear. We directed water towards the middle of the backyard, not towards any abutters. So anything over a 5-inch rainstorm, water would move off, but I'm tasked with showing that the amount of water moving off will not be greater in volume or velocity in the post-development scenario, and I did show that. Now, engineering did say they'd like to see what my 25-year storm numbers would be. That's about a 6-inch rainfall, so I still have to do that. I haven't had time to do that yet. But that was our thought. We wanted to keep the parking lot as far off the abutting property as possible. We're almost 15 feet off the side lot line. A professional land surveyor came out, marked the property, did a full topographical survey. We did find out when we first submitted, there were some comments that there might be some wetlands out to the rear. There are some wetlands out to the rear. So we hired a botanist. Norse Environmental came out, Maureen Harold of Norse Environmental came out, flagged the wetland resource area. Our surveyor picked them up. And then I redesigned the rain garden. I I had more of a rectangular rain garden originally, but what we wanted to do is keep all the work outside the 100-foot buffer zone, just so the public knows if you're within 100 feet of a wetland, you have to file with conservation. So if you can make an effort to stay outside of it, conservation likes that, and it also saves the applicant from having to go in front of another board. We did receive word from Chuck Tyrone, the conservation agent, that it did appear we stayed outside the 100-foot buffer zone. He was happy with that. As far as the parking lot itself goes for grading, I have about a 2% pitch on the drive aisle, so it's a relatively flat pitch, and I have to have at least 2% or less pitch on the handicap space in the aisle, which I do. We match in with the grading pretty well. In order for drainage that's collected in the parking lot to reach the rain garden, I do show a Cape Cod berm to be put along the perimeter of the parking lot. So any water that falls in the parking lot will drain to the side, go to the berm, and then flow down the parking lot, get to the crushed stone system I talked about for pre-treatment, and then move on to the rain garden, and then in high storm events, flow out. So I think we've done a pretty good job with the layout of the parking lot. We tried to work with the existing site grades and site conditions the best we could. And I think from there, we'll turn it over to Cpdc for any questions you might have, and we'll try to answer them the best we can.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to other members of Cpdc first. Yes, John?
Jack, John Arena. You mentioned that there's a dialogue going on between the applicant and Reading Fire. And I think I heard you mention that the current horseshoe driveway is under either the 18 or the 24-foot requirement, width requirement. Have you received an opinion letter from Reading Fire, or has the applicant? When do you expect that, if not?
Well, we received the comment about 4:30 today.
Okay.
So I did ask Michelle to make a call to the fire department, and they were good enough to pick up at about 5 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I actually had John come out to the site before I even purchased the house to make sure to check what we needed as far as the inside safety, fire system, sprinkler, that kind of stuff. He walked inside the property with me, and he walked outside the property. So I've been in contact with him since before we even purchased it. And then obviously he knows about the fire system going in, and I did reach out. He did answer when I called him right after we received this, and we are working close with him to come up with the best plan.
And the best plan is for vehicle access or?
For fire truck access.
For fire truck
Yeah, no,
access.
it was just for the fire truck.
Okay,
The best route for them to come in and out.
yeah, all right.
So,
As luck would have it, we have a somewhat similar application in progress, and one of the issues was turning radius to make sure the truck could actually enter and exit the building, and a diagram of the actual path of the vehicle, including overhangs, was provided to us. That would really be useful to make sure that, for example, a ladder trunk could get in and out adequately. A couple of other questions. Do you have an emergency access plan, or do you expect to create one as part of your operations? For example,
yes. EEC requires me to create full.
Where's the
plans.
gathering place that you've intended to, in the event of an evacuation, where do you expect to remove the children to?
So my first thought was the half driveway that's kind of like the circular driveway. There's in the middle of it, there's a big area, like a landscaped area. I was thinking of something along those lines, but I'm also in conversation with EEC, and they're also working with me once the final site design is done. They're also going to work with me. They've done it with my current family childcare. They came out and helped me decide where the safest place was. So they're going to be doing that again.
Where do the stairs off the top of the building lead to? Does that lead to the wetlands eventually?
Stairs to
Yeah,
that's a deck.
Where do the stairs lead to?
The backyard.
Is that playground you mentioned
Yes.
earlier? I see. So the children
Correct.
could remote there if they had to, if that was the
Yes.
wisest choice.
Yeah, there's quite a few options. I like to always run everything by the EEC to get their opinion on it. So
Yeah, the three conditions are usually get them remote, away from danger, get them away from public safety, and be able to do a head count quickly. So
Yep.
you want to get them away from the street as quickly as you can.
Yep.
Couple of other questions.
One thing, John, before you circle to that, on that site plan, if you see towards the back of the lot, there's like a squiggly line, that's the tree line. So coming off the
Can you
deck,
point to squiggly line?
you got, yeah, Andrew's
Oh,
got
that
it.
one there, okay.
And so that area between there and the steps is all grass and it's basically level, so it would be a
Okay.
good spot for the
And
kids.
the dimensions of that building outline are what, 40 by 40? Broadly, 50 by 50?
Yeah, the building is actually
It's less than that, no?
34. It's 34.
34 square, so you're 100 feet plus away from the building.
Yep.
Okay.
That heavy line at the base of the steps, that's a 100-foot buffer to the wetland line.
Okay, so fine.
And then the next bold line back is the 35-foot buffer, and then the next bold line is the 25-foot buffer, so there's 75 feet.
And from there, if children needed to be moved, is there a way for them to go to either property on either side, or is there fencing that prevents that, or can they simply walk across the line?
There is fencing, but on the left-hand side, if you were to hug the left fence, like the abutters fence,
Yeah.
you can walk directly up. You would have to walk past.
Okay,
We have to walk past on that side of the house or on the other side of the house, depending on whichever side.
it's a chain link fence or something more?
No, it's a vinyl
I
fence.
see, okay. Jack, you talked about stop distances. I understand what stopping is, but what is a stop distance defined as? Does it include reaction time? Does it
It
include?
includes reaction time, so I'm not a traffic engineer, but.
Nor am I, but
yeah.
I bet no one in this room is,
Yeah,
just for.
but that's what, there's two ways to calculate site distance. One, safe stopping site distance, so that that takes into account driver's reaction time.
Does it include things like different vehicle types, whether it's a box truck or a?
No,
Okay,
No.
no distinction.
no distinction,
How about weather? Is there any distinction made on weather?
No.
Snow, rain, ice?
no.
Okay. You mentioned curb cuts. Are there currently two registered curb cuts in the property?
There's two.
Okay. Where's the nearest hydrant?
Let me see. Okay. At the exit, if you go to the left, Andrew, keep going down, yep, right there. There's a hydrant right there.
So 150 feet perhaps?
Yep.
Oh, from the building, it's probably closer to,
Even probably
150,
less,
yeah.
yep.
okay. And that's acceptable to the fire department as far as you know?
They didn't make a comment on that.
The thing I am going to want to see though is an emergency action plan, only for uniformity. Anytime you've got a school setting with underage children, it's not a measure of the intent. It's in an emergency, you got to have it plan the work the plan, right? So is it established? Does everyone know what the plan is? Is it designed to be safe? It's kind of free from any risk that you can see and work around.
And we actually, if I could step in, we actually have to, every month, we actually have to perform fire drills. And we actually have to record the time. And that's one of the things that the licensor comes when they come and do their surprise visits. They come and ask us to see your logs of
Do you have
all
the
that.
fire department there as well, or is it just a?
So not for family childcare.
Yeah.
For, I think, we would probably for this, but for family childcare, we just record it, label it down.
And you escort the children out? It's a
Yep.
real live drill?
It's a real life drill. Yep.
Other than the fire department's final notes on turning radius and the width of that horseshoe, I really have no other question. You said there were, one more, 14 parking spots, 13?
13 conventional spaces, 1 handicap.
And that one that's kind of on a 22.5 degree on the bottom right, what is that?
That's one of the parking spaces.
But it's head in.
Head in.
Okay, all right.
It's all the other ones that head in. That's a kind of a side entry one. So that one's actually a little bit deeper. I made that 9 by 20 instead of 9 by 18. So there's a little bit of room to get in on that one.
Actually, I lied. What about snow removal? What are your thoughts there?
Well, one thing, it can't go in the rain garden.
So you have to then drag it forward?
Yeah.
Would you push it to either side?
They can't. So what I did to actually prevent some of the snow going in there is at the end of the parking lot, I show a wooden guardrail to be placed because I don't want someone just pushing snow. And we have the curb line. So they'll have to either stockpile some snow and remove it or push it the other way.
And that Cape Cod berm, is that just a bituminous berm? Is that
It's
right?
just asphalt.
Asphalt.
Yep, bituminous, yep.
So where did you say the snow storage would be? Kind of over there where your cursor is now? Or what, it's not your cursor, but the cursor?
We have room over there, though there's some landscaping that the architect had shown in the plan. But there are some grass areas to do it, but it cannot be stored in the rain garden.
Right, I know, yeah, that's,
The water can, it can melt and run off. That's not
Yeah.
a problem, is it?
and we don't want to take away from a parking place. Although you have more than you need. You do have more parking places.
Is it unacceptable for snow melt to go into the rain garden?
The snow melt can, but they don't like to see snow just pushed.
I see.
It can kill the plants and then it takes away the benefit of the rain garden. But if snow melts and goes in, that's just then rainwater, it's
That's what snow
fine.
does, right?
Yeah.
And our school actually does follow the Reading Public School policy. So if there was enough snow that the Reading Public Schools are closed, we're closed too.
Okay.
Somebody else.
Guys, sorry, John, am I reading this right? The rain garden, is that a 3.5 foot depression? Is the center of that to be elevation 80?
18-inch depression. The bottom of the rain garden is
Is that 82?
at 82, and then my overflow's at 83.5, so that's 18 inches.
And that holds sufficient volume with the infiltration rate of that parking lot and the stormwater that's gonna be created from the roof line?
Correct. So I did a stormwater report that I submitted to Andrew and Olivia that engineering reviewed, and they were in agreement with it. They just wanted to see me calculate for a higher storm event.
Because you did a 10-year storm, you said?
Yeah, I did a 2, 10, and 100-year storm. They wanted to see what the numbers would be for a 25-year storm, which I still need to provide.
Any particular reason why you went with an LID over a Caltech system solution?
Cost.
Cost.
If I did a Caltech system, I went through this with the client. You typically have a deep sump catch basin, gas hood, then we'd have to outlet to a storm scepter to remove total suspended solids. Then it would go to the Caltech units, and the Caltech units have exploded in cost. And in this case, a rain garden is really just like a glorified landscaping project.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just wondering because you have the pavement for it and it's all for your snow and.
Yep.
Yeah.
But those storm scepters, just to purchase them, are like $10,000 a piece.
Is that depressed? I can just see the kids splashing around. Is that depression going to be fenced off from the kids?
Yeah, we probably should put something around that. Yeah.
It seems like a potential for.
Full playtime. Yeah, I'm hoping they're not in there swimming around, but it
Well,
shouldn't.
not just that, but it's a drowning hazard at 18 inches, right? So.
No. But really, I mean, with the soils and the rule is it has to, the rain garden would have to totally infiltrate within 72 hours time. So it'd only be during heavy rain events when the kids wouldn't be outside anyways, that you'd see water in this.
Yeah. All right. No, I like the use of it. Was wondering the thought behind it. That's all.
As long as we're on the rain garden, I have a question.
Sure.
The area that you described that had, I can't remember exactly if you said it had crushed stone, something to enter to kind of capture some of the sediment.
Yep.
Made me wonder about the maintenance of that. So if it's capturing sediment, it means sediment's going to be captured in there.
Correct.
Is there a maintenance plan over time and also,
Yeah.
how do you approach the maintenance of this?
So that I submitted an operation and maintenance plan. So there's a few steps with that. Like in the springtime, the parking lot would have to be swept. Okay. Then it's 2 or 3 times a year, someone has to go out and do an inspection of that crushed stone area, make sure it looks clean. Are there leaves, sticks, sand? If all of a sudden you see it's clogged, it would have to be replaced. Then there's also an inspection done of the rain garden itself to see if it's functioning. You're supposed to go out after a heavy rain. Did it dry up? Or did water just sit there? And those reports are given to the Reading Engineering Department once a year.
Okay.
So I did put together a detailed operation and maintenance plan and there would be follow-up from the town side, and there'll be some work for Michelle to do on that.
Thank you.
Can you tell me where the fencing would be so that the students that go there don't go wandering off into the parking lot?
You want to take that?
Yes. I think it was on Andrew, can you switch to the big plans?
Floor plans?
I think so. I think you can see it better in there. Yep, if you keep if you could,
So,
One
Sorry.
more. It's okay, right there, if you can zoom, oh,
oops, sorry. The computer's a little laggy right now. I think that's as far as I'm gonna get to zoom in.
just one more of it, I think was the next one down.
This fencing here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm interested in
Yeah,
that
so if
too.
you, I don't know if you
Yep.
can zoom in or not.
No,
you
you
can-
can just
you
use
can
your
see it? Okay.
use your cursor and just show me where your fencing is.
That fencing along the property lines.
Okay.
Looks like there's gate for access indicating some fencing around the edge of the parking lot
Yep.
here. Gate on this side of the property line fence, I mean. And then I don't think there's like a separate enclosure
No.
for the actual yard and play area. There is a 4-foot wall along the rain garden, but could probably use some fall protection or something on top.
Okay. And the fencing on the right side of the property goes roughly? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And how tall is that?
So the back is 6 feet,
Okay.
6 feet, back is 6 feet. And then we've kind of been a discussion with neighbors as far as if there was a preference there.
Yeah, is it solid fencing or is it
It's solid
slat?
fencing, yeah.
Solid fencing,
Yep.
okay. Okay.
Solid fencing, and then just along the back is the tight chain link, because nature is a big part of our school. It's one of the reasons that we chose this property. So by putting the black chain link, it lets nature come in still.
Okay, okay.
But on the side, I think will be white vinyl.
And to go along with what other members have said, how is access prevented from the students going into the rain garden? Or how do you intend to?
Well, I think we'd have to add some sort of fencing or some sort of wooden guardrail around the rain garden itself. I just have the wooden guardrail on the parking lot side, but I think we need to beef that up and put some type of fencing around it.
I would agree with that, because 18 inches, somebody can drown.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll add that if that's a condition, it's fine with us.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, any other questions from CPDC?
I had a couple for, I'm guessing traffic will be an interesting conversation later tonight. How many, as you think of that horseshoe driveway, how many cars would be co-located there? I mean, you live-
None.
Sorry, what's the concept to drop off children?
So the concept would be to go in the right side
Right.
of the curb cut, go directly up and park.
I see.
And then when you're leaving, pull out, come down, and you exit out that side.
So at no time are children dropped off in the horseshoe itself? It's only a means of getting off the property? Nobody's
Yes.
pulling up to the front door and dropping?
No.
Okay,
No, they're actually, in my parking plan that I submitted to the town, I've actually explicitly told the parents they're not allowed to park anywhere inside that. That is purely for traffic flow.
And I will say, I did see that you submitted the parking and traffic management plan, so thank you for doing that.
that's it, thank you.
Okay, I'll open it up to comments from the public. Yes, please. Okay, we'll do 1, 2, and then the man in the back. Okay, we'll go one at a time.
Should I come up?
Yes, please. It's so that it gets recorded and people at home can hear you.
So my name is Christy Arsenault. I live on 53 Line Road. I prepared a little something. So my name is Christy and I'm here tonight as a parent and a proud supporter of Cobblestone Corner Preschool. Both of my daughters have attended Cobblestone Corner and I can't say enough about how wonderful their education program is. They don't just care for our children, they nurture them, teach them, and help them to grow into curious, kind, and confident little people. Having another high-quality preschool option like Cobblestone Corner right here in Reading would be an incredible benefit to our families and our entire community. More families than ever are looking for trusted, caring, and enriching early childhood programs, and Cobblestone Corner has proven that they deliver exactly that. I truly believe that our town should be working with Michelle to bring the school to Reading and not putting up roadblocks. This is an opportunity to invest in our children and to strengthen our community, And I urge you all to support this effort and to make Cobblestone Corner a part of our Reading's future.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm having a hard time hearing over the chatter out there. This is an open public meeting, but we're gonna shut the door. Okay, who else had their hand up? Now you're pointing at somebody else.
Sure.
You don't have to.
Hi, I'm Beth Ann Matathia. I live at 10 Stonewell Road. I also have a little history. I've lived there for 45 years, and the first 15 or so was at 6 Stonewell Road, which is right on the corner of Haverhill Street. And I've seen the road turn over completely. I would like to say that we called Michelle, I don't know, a couple weeks ago when we got notice of this, and she very graciously met us on site, took us around. We had a really good conversation about what she thought she wanted to do, and I thank her for that. A lot of people don't do that. So a couple of things that hit me brand new, and I'll hit them first before I give you my history, is I hadn't even thought about an emergency access for children should something happen in the building. The way the fencing is being proposed, you get them out first and foremost, always. They have to go out back. They're not going to come up through the building and go out through the front door. It's the first door access. And when they get in the backyard, there is no way to get out of it unless you come down the narrow gate on the left or come back up into that parking lot, which is where the emergency vehicles are going to be. So I don't know how you solve that, but I'm glad that they're working on that. That front little island is right on the sidewalk. It's probably a 4-foot sidewalk, which is right on Haverhill Street. And that gets me back to the history. We may have 35 miles an hour as the speed limit. Cars go on that street 45 to 50 routinely. Probably, I would say 80–90% of them. I cross that road every single day to walk, and I cross over at a place where I have better visibility. Cars stop. We live in a very kind town. People stop all the time and just let us cross. But when we wait to see what else, can the guy behind them stop? There are many times that we just frantically say, go, because it is very hard to get across that street anywhere from 450, 432, right down to where the sidewalk extension on Stonewell ends, which is kind of right in front of their southbound entrance where their cars are exiting. So I'm concerned that the frontage, the sight distance that they say they have taken from that south entrance doesn't apply to the north entrance, and due to the blind curve and the way the commuter traffic and the traffic during the day, all the trucks that come down, it's not adequate for 45 miles an hour, which is what we have routinely on the road. The history is kind of very, the people that lived here, this was one house lot when we moved in 1980. 432 had 5 acres of land, and they had a little barn, and they did a seasonal, they sold plants, and they had a huge parking lot in front of the barn. The entire area of whatever this 420 was a very big parking lot. And Mark and Linda Nichols, who owned 432, did apply to subdivide their property. It was a personal residence that they wanted to build. And the reason why they were granted and why the neighborhood supported them on the ZBA for decreased frontage on their existing house, 432, and said, go ahead and build. We were happy because they took out the parking lot and put in a great big field. So it's ironic that the great big parking lot is coming back. And I'm concerned that for snow removal, the only place there is on the north side, where they did have a slide up that showed lots of trees and plantings to buffer that, so we don't just look at a parking lot, which changes the residential nature of, I mean, yes, we have Haverhill Street between us, but we're still a neighborhood. And they're still houses and they don't look like an institution. And while the house itself may not change that much, the landscape, every inch of the area we see from our neighbors, from the street, from across the street, is going to be changed. So it is a huge change for all of us in the middle of our neighborhood. And there's no real landscape plan that we can hold them to. Michelle has said, yes, I'm going to plant, just wait and see. I'd like to see an actual landscape plan by someone who's certified to do that. And having said that, I think we do need preschools. I raised my kids here, my kids are raising their children here. We're well aware of how hard it is for young children to find a place to go. I'm hoping that through the site plan review, we can hold them to mitigating some of that great big paved parking lot that's coming in. It's not just the water running off the back, it's the visual that we all in our neighborhood look at every single day.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you for your comments. Yes, the person in the back, and then we'll come up front. Good.
My name is Hank Bartle. I live at 60 Sanborn Street. I've been there for 55 years. Michelle has run the daycare next to me for 14 years. In that time, it has never impacted our parking or any traffic jams in the area. It hasn't bothered me as far as being in the yard. I mean, we get to enjoy our outside. The only thing we hear is once in a while a kid laughing, and that's great. Other than the occasional, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Michelle's presence there has only been a positive effect on the neighborhood, as far as I'm concerned. She's very concerned about anything that's going on. We do have an awful lot more traffic on both 129 and Sanborn Street. And right across the street from me, they've actually opened up a new ballet school, which is going from 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, 5 days a week and on weekends. Michelle has been very concerned about, does her parking or her people coming disturb any of the parking areas or cause any other congestion? And it doesn't. She's very open with all of the neighbors as to concerns that they have. And as I said, in 14 years, we've had absolutely no problem with anybody over there. I think it's a great school. from all the reports I've heard, all the parents seem extremely happy with it. The town needs daycare, and what better to have than a resident who's been here for 14 years running it? I mean, I think it's a plus, and I just hope that you vote to let that go through. As far as the aesthetics and the cleanliness of the place, the yard is always immaculate. Dennis works like a madman over there, keeping everything going. And like I said, we never have any problems with them. It's been a great place. I'm gonna miss the kids when they go.
Okay, thank you. You had your hand up.
I am Sandy Matathia at 10 Stonewell Road. And I guess I'd like to say first in general that our view is that childcare in our neighborhood could well be a plus. But what we're looking to make sure of is that there aren't any negatives. And the biggest negative that I see, and that I believe most, if not all, neighbors see, is that Haverhill Street is a dangerous place to trespass. And when I say trespass, I mean get in the way of through traffic. This project will add roughly 200 trips a day, counting both in and out, drop off and pick up. Half of those would be at the northern driveway. Let me first say something about the southern driveway, which has been given some information concerning what I call safe stopping distances, which is that a 35-mile-an-hour level road is said to require 250 feet by someone who is, by their own words, not a traffic engineer. That number can only go up if, in fact, this safe stopping distance is based on actual speeds, which would be appropriate, unless it could be shown that they will decrease to 35 miles an hour. And it would also go up if you have any pitch in the road, which is the case as you come from the north and bank, if you will, around the curve coming south to the northern driveway, as well as to some degree the southern driveway. So I believe that 250-foot figure, which is said to be a safe distance, probably is something that would increase were calculated accurately based on the relevant criteria that a traffic engineer would use. That's it for the moment. On the southern driveway, nothing has been said about the distance that's required and whether or not we're short or long of that, and I believe considerably short on the northern driveway. There will be rights in coming from the north, there'll be lefts in coming from the south. All that movement on a blind curve where there is, I believe, not the requisite safe stopping distance, is a hazard that exists under the plan as it now is proposed. And consistent with the town engineer's recommendation that the two cuts be consolidated into one, were you to close the northern driveway opening and widen and utilize the southern driveway opening, you would at least have a safer or less unsafe, if you will, access and site access arrangement. And so at least at a conceptual level, I would like to suggest to the board that they consider the need for a traffic study by a traffic engineer to calculate the safe stopping distances and to determine whether one or another or both of the driveways meet those requirements. were you to consolidate the driveways on the southern opening, it would necessitate a bigger driveway coming in. That actually might be advantageous to the fire department in as much as they now have access, a wide berth, if you will, on two sides of the building. All to say, traffic is a big issue. I don't think it's been addressed well to date. And I would encourage the board to dig in on it before it considers approving the project. That's my primary comment. A few more abbreviated comments on an array of other issues. The parking management plan goes to great lengths to indicate an operation which will prevent the parking lot, if you will, getting clogged by drop-off and or pickup, and cars not being able to get off the road into the site, thus queuing on Haverhill Street, which would introduce another set of traffic issues. The plan, as I understand it, indicates that parents will not be welcome to walk their children into school. Instead, there will be a staff person, presumably dedicated full-time, to meet the cars coming into the parking lot, take the child and escort them into the building, and then run back to see if there's anybody else that needs the same escort. I understand that this facility has an open and flexible schedule, and that it's kind of hard to determine whether or not there's going to be, when the peak is and how much demand there will be for parking space for drop-off and pickup. But I think that you need to tighten up and have a high level of confidence that there won't be more people looking for parking than the parking lot will provide, resulting in a queue on Haverhill Street. I think it's a big issue. I don't think the traffic parking plan really addresses it in a way that you can have confidence that won't happen. And there appear to be any number of suggestions that one could make, such as limiting the number of cars that could come in, for example, within a half an hour spread, in which case the applicant would have to go back to her clientele and indicate that you need to take a slot. And there'll only be, say, 10 slots within the 8:30 to 9 o'clock time frame, in which case you could be more assured that there won't be queuing on Haverhill Street. My wife mentioned landscaping. I'll add to that by saying that were the access to the site consolidated on the south, you would have it would be the northeast corner and the entire frontage available to do some screening. At the moment, there is far greater definition on the types of plants and planting medium that's going to go into the rain garden than there is in the balance of the site. And from a neighborhood perspective, people are interested in what type of landscaping for screening purposes might go in other areas so that their views are not impaired. One add-on that I'll make to the use history, we're talking 44 years ago, a variance was issued for the subdivision of the larger lot from which this became a conforming lot, leaving a non-conforming lot with less than required frontage. In that decision, it's quite clear that the applicant based its request, and the board based its decision on the elimination of a business use and a parking lot in exchange for two lots, both residential. There's a doctrine known as infectious invalidity, where if you create from an oversized lot, two lots, one conforming, another non-conforming, that the conforming lot lives, if you will, with the burdens that were placed on it. And I would simply submit tonight that there's a legal question as to whether or not the variance precludes the reuse of this property for things that are non-residential, and which include a parking lot. And I thank you for your attention. And
So I have one question for you,
Yeah.
and then I do want to kind of clear something up about
Yeah.
the use of the property. One is that you mentioned 200 trips a day. There's, I think you said 39 children?
Maximum.
So how did you arrive at 200 trips a day?
yeah, I added 5 or 6. I mean, these numbers are in flux. So I rounded 39 plus 5, and I thought I had heard 6, including a director, up to the upper 40s. And I just sort of said, okay, double that, because whoever comes in has to go out in the morning. Okay, so
Oh, you're counting each
And-
trip
As
to and from as 2 trips.
Egress and
Yeah.
egress.
Okay.
they're movements, if you will.
That explains it. That explains how you got to that. Just
Yeah.
a
I have
good
another
clarification.
question for you as
Yeah.
well.
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
if you don't mind, John. One thing about the use of this property is, like another item we have on our agenda tonight, this is an educational facility. And it is protected by what's called the Dover Amendment. So the use itself isn't bound by the single-family residential or previous business use there.
It could well be bound by a prior issue variance, however.
I'd have to get a legal opinion on that because it's,
No,
so just to clear that
I'm
up.
fully familiar with Dover, and I get your point. Absent, I'll call it relief history, zoning relief history, and how it applies, notwithstanding Dover.
All right, point well taken. John, you had your
I have
hand
a
up as
question
well.
for you. Your comments on the southern entrance being safer, could you elaborate on why that is so?
Sure. I mean, well, I don't know if there's a plan that shows the curve, whatever you have, Andrew.
I can bring up the aerial view on the GIS, so maybe it's better.
Or did you just want the plan again?
I mean, I have it open on my PC, but.
Oh, okay. So the curve introduces what people call a blind area. And that blind area exists whether or not you're coming at Haverhill Street from the east on the outside of the curve, or you're really coming at it even worse from the inside of the curve.
The curve you speak of is not Haverhill Street, but.
It is Haverhill Street.
Okay.
Yes. And so the constriction on site distance at this site emanates from the curve for through traffic coming from the north going south. And that curve is first meets the northern driveway. And so that is, in my view, well short of the safe stopping distance, said to be 250 feet, but 250 feet should be adjusted for speed and for grades. They barely meet it at the southern driveway, 250 feet.
The curve you speak of is that slight gentle tilt uphill on the rightmost side? Is that what you're speaking of?
Yeah, well, he shaded it in.
Okay, so
It's a lot larger
You
than
don't
that.
get the image of the property until you actually straighten out.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. And it's very evident if you were standing at actually either driveway, but particularly at the northern driveway, which I've done, I do it daily actually, not just because of this project, because I'm walking there. If you're at the northern driveway and you look up the hill in a northerly direction, you see cars coming around the bend, and you have about 4 seconds before they hit that driveway. And if they're going 40, 45, 50 miles an hour, there's virtually, you've got a collision.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Sure.
Do you have a hand raised on the Zoom?
Okay, we'll take that.
I have a question for you, Heather, as well.
Okay.
What's the scope of our consideration tonight? And has this actually been submitted under Dover?
Well, it is subject to Dover by the nature of its
Irrespective of
use,
how the-
irrespective of anybody saying that it's under Dover, and so we are limited to dimensional requirements. And it's minor site plan review. Would you like to clarify?
Yeah, so this
anything?
triggered minor site plan review under the triggers for site plan and full site plan. Despite the change of use and addition and parking, the full site plan trigger is associated with also an increase in gross floor area at the facility. This does not have an increase in gross floor area. It's really just the parking itself due to the change of use. So that triggered a minor site plan review, which has less submittal requirements than the full site plan. Dover at times can argue that they don't even need to submit the full site plan requirements at times in the traffic and drainage, but this being minor site plan, they weren't hard requirements of the minor site plan review guidelines in the zoning bylaw, the traffic impact, full traffic impact study. We asked for the drainage, the applicant was willing to provide it, and so on.
So the minor site plan review applications, for instance, include the narrative that we have, photographs of, or you have drawings, I think, of the existing site or area to be altered, and then a rendering site plan plot or sketch. So there are a lot of things that are required for full site plan review that aren't required of this, in large part because the expansion of the structure is not happening.
And all of that things can be asked for, but they cannot at all times be conditioned in the decision itself, so.
Okay, let's take did that answer your question, John?
No, it did, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's go to the person online.
Melissa, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Thank you. Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm a Reading resident and a parent of a child who recently graduated from Cobblestone Corner Preschool. I also have a second child who will be starting at this new school location on Haverhill Street this coming year, and I couldn't be happier that we have a full-day preschool option right here in Reading, particularly being run by Michelle Souza. I'm an extremely cautious parent, and I will say that I never had any worries about sending our first child to Michelle's preschool because she's the most thoughtful parent and teacher, and I'm confident that this new school location will be just as safe and welcoming as her first location was. I can say from firsthand experience that Michelle always puts the health and safety of the children first. I will also add that Michelle has a flexible drop-off and pickup schedule, and not having to drop off or pick up our children at a certain time has certainly been helpful, particularly with traffic and parking, which really helps with congestion. I know that's a big concern. And lastly, I'll just say that my child only ever had positive things to say about both the indoor and outdoor setup and play. So we're very much looking forward to these new plans Michelle has for this Haverhill Street location. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Any other public comment? Oh, we have a whole bunch. This is what you get when you get, this is why I sit over here.
Before we do that,
Yes.
do you plan to call this for a vote tonight or not?
I don't think we are quite ready for a vote because there are issues with the engineer and with the fire department that need to be worked out. That's my sense right now.
And the question about the prior zoning.
Yeah, we could get a read on that, but I think I don't think that's so applicable.
Would you be able to condition it?
Let's get through the public comment and then we can have a discussion. Okay, somebody has their hand up and, I can't see you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lavy Rush and I live at 434 Haverhill Street, just 2 doors down from the proposed site. So as a parent, I strongly support expanding access to childcare. But as someone who knows the stretch of Haverhill Street firsthand, I can't support the current site plans as designed due to serious safety concerns. This proposal would bring significant traffic to a particularly dangerous section of road where a blind, grade-aligned curve and chronic speeding already propose serious risks. As someone who pulls in and out of that driveway area daily, I can confirm with certainty that 35 miles per hour speed limit is rarely observed or enforced, and large trucks, including 18-wheelers, are often passing frequently. While getting my mail today, I counted an average of 2.5 seconds from when a car approaches my house to when they pass the northern entrance of the proposed lot. Add icy or wet conditions or a larger truck, and that time will be even less. I'm seeking clarity because the plans I've seen are showing that 290 distance, but I think that's only on the southern side, and I think we're not accounting for what's happening in the north, as Sandy was also mentioning. So I think the site to distance there is a little bit misrepresented. So I believe a professional traffic study specific to this area of road must be conducted to determine whether vehicles have adequate reaction time and distance to stop safely when approaching the site entrance, especially given the limited visibility and downhill grade of the southernbound traffic. The study should be conducted under realistic conditions, observing patterns during the school year against the maximum capacity of the building. This consideration is particularly relevant because the center is trying to enroll families for a September start. And I'm not sure that that's going to give us enough time to get the true read. I also want to ask about how street parking will be monitored long-term. I know the applicant claims it won't be needed, but without ongoing enforcement, parking could block sidewalks, encroach on bike lanes, and reduce driveway visibility, directly threatening neighborhood safety. The overflow parking is a concern during peak afternoon hours when staff has not actively managed the flow as they will in the drop-off and parents are entering the building. From my understanding, I think that's how it's working. Based on my experience with the child care center my family uses, the most significant congestion occurs during pickup. That's usually when working parents often arrive around the same time. So this poses a higher risk of overflow onto Haverhill Street, where loading children into vehicles or crossing dangerously on the blind curve without crosswalks could be really detrimental. The same overflow risk would apply to any special events held by this facility. So I just seek to understand what safety measures will be in place to protect families and residents during that overflow. So as you evaluate this proposal, I respectfully ask that you fully acknowledge the impact that this will have on our residential neighborhood and the safety of the children. That's the number one thing that we're concerned about. Otherwise, like, we're not worrying about the integrity of how great of a facility or teacher, this will be. We trust that, and it could be a benefit, but we just really want to make sure that the safety of the street, especially on that north side, is really looked at with care. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more comments. Let's see, you've had your hand up right here in front. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Allison Evangelista. I live at 49 Bear Hill Road in Reading, and I'm a family child care provider, and I've known Michelle professionally for the 14 years that she's been in this business. And I just want to briefly say that I fully support this project, and I want to just give you a little bit of background on Michelle as a community member, not just a business owner, not just a fantastic teacher and a great mom, but also as a community member. She and I ran the Independent Daycare Providers Network of Reading together for about 10 years. And in that time, we worked together as a team to help parents in the town find childcare. We organized workshops for parents and other family childcare providers. We maintained a website. Michelle maintained this website. We did town days. We had tables at Reading fairs and all those things. That's just to say that if this is a decision about how to make the community better or bring progress to the community, Michelle is a great person to do that. And she's shown it in the past 14 years that she's been in this town, and she's been working hard as a business owner and as a community member. Thank you.
Thank you. There are other hands up. I will also say some of the comments are starting to get a little bit repetitive. So we know that you run a fabulous place. We know that traffic is an issue, is a concern, I should say. So please raise your hand if you still want to come up and speak, but try to add things that haven't already been said. Yes.
I can skip the things that have already been said. So I'm Sean Neville. I'm at 1 Stonewall Road. I'm not a direct abutter, but I'm right across the street from this property, and so kind of overlooking that area. Just a note on the parking. When I look at the black and white plans, it's tough for me to visualize what that looks like, but what I see is that there's a lot of pavement going in where there's currently grassy area, and so just trying to make sure that anything that you can do to make sure that that's landscaped properly so that we're not looking at a giant parking lot across the street would be beneficial. And then just another note on parking. I noticed in the draft report, there's no parking on Haverhill Street, there's no idling on Haverhill Street. I don't know if anything can be done or if it's even appropriate to say that there also will not be parking on Stonewell across the way, and that doesn't kind of become an auxiliary parking for this location, either for staff or for drop off, not just for crossing back and forth, but just ending up with cars, parked on our street every day. So I won't talk much about the traffic. I think that's already been noted. But what they're saying is accurate. It's up bent right there for anyone that would stand out there and look at. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to say anything about the question about overflow parking or?
I mean, I guess I can address, and it's kind of been addressed by my current neighbor. In the 14 years, I'm on the corner of 129 and Sanborn, which is obviously very, very busy.
Yeah.
Not once have I had the police called because I blocked a neighbor's driver. My parents really respect me. I respect them. So when I ask them, this is what I need you to do, they do adhere to it. And proof of that is over the last 14 years, I've never had a neighbor call the police on a parent because I explicitly told them, please don't block driveways, and they always follow everything that we have inside our policy.
Okay, thank you.
So,
it just seemed like something you might have had experience with.
Yeah.
All right, did anybody else have their hand up over in this little corner?
I don't have a ton to say, but I'm a business owner in this town, so I just want to add a little bit. First of all, my name is Lori Haverty, and I own Tread, 2 fitness centers in Reading and 1 in Winchester. And outside of what she's done and how we all know her and how wonderful she is, I think if you don't own a business in this town, you do not realize how hard it is to become a business owner in this town. I've also lived here my entire life, 50 years. I've never lived anywhere else. I have a round driveway. Yes, I do.
A lot of frontage.
Yep. But I have always only done what needs to be done for the people that we take into our studios and to celebrate everything else that's around us. It's not just about what you own. It's about bringing people to your town because you want to share everything that's a part of it. I mean, my whole life I worked at Winslow's in Reading, the gents owned. I've always had a job in this town. And I think if you can be someone to support and not always think of all the things that could go wrong when you have never heard something go wrong with what she's done, I think you'll hear all the benefit of what she's trying to do in this town, just like we did. I mean, we took 2 buildings that were falling down. Would you rather a building be falling down, or would you rather a business put all of their time and money into it to show that they want more for this community? I think that's really important to think about.
All right, thank you.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, and then we do need to kind of move
Yes,
along.
very quickly. Do I have to go up there?
Yes, you do, actually.
Okay. I'll come up here again. What I'd like to say, and I'm supposed to address you all, is I really think from talking to all the neighbors, we would love to be able to welcome Michelle into the neighborhood. This is not about our concern that somehow she's not going to be a just as stellar at this place as she was in her original place. This is about, there's a big difference between 10 children and 39 children. And there's a big difference between, and I watch those people go into her place because of my commute. I'm always there at times when someone's dropping off. And they can get off of 129 and stop and jump out, get their kids and walk them in. This is about 39 kids a day, 5 staff at a blind part in the road. We really do want to welcome her, but we need to address the traffic. The mailman who delivers mail to all these houses does not go down Haverhill Street. He comes halfway around the corner, and before he passes the old salt box, as soon as he goes by their mailbox, he puts 2 wheels up on the sidewalk. And I've called many times because kids are walking on the sidewalk. The mailman has to drive the truck on the sidewalk to be safe getting down that section of Haverhill Street as he stops to put mail in their mailboxes. It's a real issue. Okay. Not the school, just the traffic. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't want her to think we didn't want her. That's all. We do.
So thank you, everyone. You look like you're gonna say something, right?
I am at some point.
You know, we have a memo from the town engineer, wanting to kind of look at the sight lines, and I know you're working with the fire department. And what we don't know is if those conversations with the town engineer and the fire department are going to change the layout at all. And I can tell you're under the gun to maybe want us to vote, because it sounds like you're working for a September start, and I'm really struggling with how even I would condition this, because we don't know if the site plan would change.
As far as, you mean once the fire
Once you talk with the
department?
fire department and and the town engineer had some questions about the sight lines, right? Yeah.
Are they changing the U driveway? How did the fire department get in when there was a home? I mean, what's the difference? I guess I don't understand. Did I miss that? If it was a home at one point, right?
Yeah, and then it's going to be a school.
No, I understand that, but
So-
she's not changing the interior.
Please, if you're going to talk, please come up here. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm struggling with this, not knowing what the concerns were with the fire department. Have you heard anything?
So the fire department would like to not have to back up on the site or out of the
And that's-
site.
yeah.
And that is, I guess, one of the challenges. The U driveway may allow them to pull in and out.
Right.
Versus a one curb cut where they would certainly have to back up on site to turn around to pull out onto Hazel Street. This is really, it's not a fire code or building code requirement, but it is a local preference to best practice and the issues the fire department has had backing the truck up at any variety of sites. So I don't know if increasing the width of that driveway, it's 13 feet now, if it's possible or practical to try to, if there was a vote tonight, to condition that to increase the width of the pavement of the driveway to a width reasonable to the fire department. But I understand the additional asks of sightlines and other, but again.
And have we gotten any feedback from the town engineer in the past 4 days that
No,
these
and
concerns are
the
resolved?
challenge there too is this is an existing driveway, there's not a new driveway permit
Yeah.
associated with it. So under the application review, it was a note that it just doesn't meet today's standards in that separation of the two driveways. So it's
It would be less non-conforming if at least it complied with the fire department's request.
right. Fire department request is simply to get into the site and minimize the need to back up.
Yeah, that's what he expressed to me. He said we would prefer not to,
Okay,
and that they're willing to work with us to come up with the best plan.
okay.
The word prefer, obviously that would be the goal, and we would try and meet that goal, and if not, work closely with them like we have been to come up with the best plan.
Okay. I don't believe we can condition on fixing street traffic problems. We can't do that, right?
No, larger town-wide issue.
I just, to get that out there, that's not an option for this body, right?
To
Have you fixed any traffic problems on the street?
Right, and it's not required for the minor site plan review, the traffic
No, it's not.
plan. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we only found out about this site.
Yeah.
Stop being on Thursday, and we'd rush to get it done above and beyond what was required for a minor site plan review.
I would like to ask about, landscaping screening. You don't want to screen so much that you're actually disturbing the sightline further, but what are your thoughts there?
So as far as the aesthetics, when I met with Sandy on the property, one of the things that he did bring up was that the facade, I think it's the north facade, was now not aesthetically pleasing anymore because there was a tree there. Now it's just a blank facade. The siding is being redone right now. It's going to be a beautiful blue color. So from an aesthetic standpoint, I feel like that's not necessarily a negative. And as I expressed to Sandy too, we are planning to replant things. We just, as far as the wait and see that you mentioned, Beth, we can't plant anything until this is approved. You know what I mean? So that was what I expressed to you on the site, and nature is a huge part of our school. So I think that can also say a lot, that we will be putting nature back into this property. We just can't plant right now and then put the driveway in. We'll destroy the plants. So we have a lot of plans as far as that goes. And we heard Sandy, when he came onto the property, he spoke about the contours, softening the contours. We had that added inside there. You know, what I was truly I do value community input a lot, and have made every single effort to engage in good faith. I did hope that in our 2 conversations and with the invitation to the site, I would be able to communicate that with Sandy so that he felt that, you know, our commitment to transparency and all the things that I'd spoken about were reflected. I know you were worried because you went to the town and pulled the plans before the final. I hope that you can see I have included some of the things you were talking about. You know, but like I said, I really am hoping that due to the fact that I provided everything the minor site plan review necessitated, you've heard my track record as far as the staggered drop-offs, my track record as far as safety, traffic, all that kind of stuff. I really do hope that a vote can happen with conditions, because if it doesn't, it is going to put us down, and I'm going to let a lot of families that are supposed to start on September 2nd down.
So what I'm thinking is this, just one moment, please. What I'm thinking is this, because I would like to at least review the decision and see what we can condition, because we can condition some landscaping. It is a minor site plan review, so unlike a site plan review, a full landscaping plan is not required, and I'm not personally inclined to layer on all kinds of requirements that aren't actually required when they're not changing this. But please come up and have one more remark.
I'd like to respond to a couple of things, if I may. I understand that this project is in a rush, but that rush is something that has changed the ordinary course of the way a project like this might be reasonably expected to proceed, which is to do your homework, due diligence, before you buy the property. We've heard that that Michelle's been looking for 5 years for a site. This may qualify in many ways as a good site, but there are ways that it qualifies not well. Traffic is the primary consideration. That this does not, at the very least, the northern driveway, I think it's fair to conclude, is unsafe to use for the amount of traffic that's coming in and out. I engaged, when I got the notice, I didn't sort of wait to show up at a public hearing and make my comments known. I called, I met, I discussed, I met a 3rd time, and I pointed out traffic issues and landscaping issues that I thought were important to the neighborhood. Those issues have not been addressed. We're looking at several weeks now. The plans do not show any landscaping that would screen out views from the east to the north. And they certainly do not show a driveway which is safe to use, or at least one of 2 driveways that's safe to use. So I would, this is not to say that Michelle doesn't have a good track record in terms of what she's done, where she's done it. All it is to say is that her project is in a rush, and you're overlooking a public safety issue were you to approve it as is.
Is there a way to condition upon the town engineer also being satisfied with the configuration? Because that, we do have the memo from staff also with these concerns. And Michelle, I should call you Miss Souza. You look like you wanted to respond to something. And then I'm trying to think of a way to work through this.
No, I think I made the point that just to keep in mind that this is a minor site plan review. I'm not adding square footage, so I haven't triggered a full site review. So as far as rushing it, this is not a rush. This is a 5-year plan, Sandy. You have to understand that. This is by no means rushed.
And I will say that,
Site plan.
hold on, no, this is getting, this is getting to be too much to go back and forth like this. Because it's a Dover amendment, we can condition on bulk, height, all the dimensional controls. Requiring a traffic study like this, for a minor site plan review is going to become challenging. I'm just going to say that. So, period.
May I? Address that-
Yes, and
that
then
issue?
I think we're
Okay.
going to close this out.
Okay. There is a classification of site plan reviews that appears in the bylaw. Minor on the one hand and not minor, I'll call it standard, if you will. There are submittal requirements that specifically apply to minor site plan review. And they're an abbreviated list. It's designed to be a streamlined review because it's thought to be a relatively minor set of issues that would attach to the minimal improvements that trigger minor site plan review. However, the bylaw indicates that review criteria and procedures, among other things, apply to both. And I believe that it is fairly within the commission's prerogative, discretion, to invoke certain submittals that are not otherwise required, just like it does on standard site plan review. It's within your determination on a case-by-case basis to say which issues are relevant and need study in the form of a particular submittal. And I think we've made the case, and I think it's empirically shown, that traffic is very much an issue, and it has not been adequately addressed. If you wanted to scope a narrow traffic study, not, generation rates and levels of service and on and on and on, but collision history at this location, which is incredible, okay? We haven't heard any testimony tonight, but there's a lot of it. And you'll find that in the police file. Collision history, speeds, grades, and sight distance. Those are the four things that you really want to study in order to make a sound decision.
Okay, thank you.
Just briefly on the collision history, I live right on the curve.
You have to come up to speak, and then I'm going to ask the
Just
rest of
read
the
it in.
commission for some input on.
Yeah, just to jump on Sandy's point, my name is Matt Westgate, and I live at 444 Haverhill, which is the house directly on the curve that's coming down towards the site. And just this year, I can personally say I've witnessed a handful of accidents right across the street there. So it's a very dangerous curve right there. So I just want that read in the record, whether there's going to be a traffic study or not, that this is a fact. So you could probably access police reports or accident data just to show this representation, but I think it does need to be strongly considered. Thank you. That's all I'll say.
Committee members, what are you thinking here? Yes. John, you have your hand up.
There's a number of parallels between this matter and the other matter that's before us. And I think it would be wise of us to think if we're going to deviate in one or the other, that we have a principled reason to do so beyond some schedule. I think it's also true that, and I may be guilty of this at times, I think 35 miles an hour on Haverhill Street is occasionally adhered to. More often, no. All of the studies that are proposed, I don't know what decisions get made off of them. You get a traffic study, you'll conclude, yes, there are accidents, yes, there are imperfections, yes, it's not ideal. But what's the action that we would take as a result of that? One thing we might do is investigate whether it makes sense to, I don't want to say signalize, but put some sort of visual cue that this is effectively a thickly settled or hidden driveway. Driveway.
Sign, yeah.
There's precedence here on 129 across from REI. There's now a signalized intersection there that was done when I sat on board at the request of a number of members over at Bay State Road. Every one of the similar intersections around each of the schools and towns have that recognition that there's kids there, they congregate, and you've got to allow for their passage of across the street. I don't know how you do that. Haverhill Street's a state highway. But we've done it in other state highways. Is it possible to do that here? And I say that out of pure ignorance, I don't know.
And we've got some response here.
Let me just, that's a good point John brings up. And the gentleman with the Celtics hat, what address are you at, sir?
444.
444. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think right in front of his house, there is a sign and post that says Blind Drive. So as you come around, it's trying to give vehicles warning. I don't know how many, you know, it's just a sign and post, like a typical.
If you wanted to
street marking.
signalize that, being an engineer, what's required, and set our expectations, or mine anyway, what's required if we wanted to move forward in some sort of visual signal, flashing yellow, or the means?
Well, it would have to go to the Board of Selectmen first.
Yeah, it's not, we can't, it's not in our.
It would be
purview to do
outside
that.
Cpdc, even if you guys said, hey, we want to put something in, the select board are the road commissioners in the town of Reading.
So you could ask.
You could ask.
Okay, anything else? That's it?
That's about it, without some sort of sign or some sort of flashing visual warning, but there is a sign and post up. Obviously, the driveways at 432 and 434 Haverhill Street, yeah, coming right around those corners, it's tough. A lot of people do go over 35. I live off of Haverhill Street, but it is posted. Michelle can't control how fast people go. And I just wanted to point out that there is a sign showing there are blind drives ahead.
And then I think to your point about what the difference is between myself and the case that's coming up, it's 100, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 175 students. I have 39.
But that's a matter of degree, not a matter.
And we're
of
going to
difference.
stay focused on this one, not comparing to another hearing that we're not, that we're not having right at this moment, yes.
Guys, one item that I don't think we've really brought up, that when we go down the road of measuring traffic impact, as that Killam School increases in size, the new build, we're gonna have an increased traffic count. We should look at what the proposed increased enrollment would be and make sure we're accounting for that in trip generations, because they're gonna have somewhat similar traffic patterns, particularly towards the morning and potentially with the RISE program moving over there, but at different hours, so something to consider.
I guess I see your point, however, I'm actually a little reluctant to have that project be driving every decision that we might have on Haverhill Street. That's, the trip counts will go up, but I don't think we can have that anticipation impact this decision.
No, I just think it's a good data point to have.
Yeah.
Shall I talk now?
Yes, Tom.
There seems to be general willingness between the applicant and the public to reach an agreement. Therefore, I would actually prefer that we not come up with a decision tonight. I mean, that was my original intention. But here are the things that they could look at. Oftentimes, line of sight doesn't depend on your property, but it depends on whether trees up the road or down the road are in the public right of way and can be cut or pruned back. That's one. It seems to me that we want the entrance. I agree with Andrew that the fire department is going to want the dual entrance and exit. They want to avoid backups. I think that's where the fire department's going to go. The entrance to it is almost the least problem from any traffic coming opposite in that direction, because they can see further ahead than the people coming around and going into it. So I think they want the dual entrances, and I think the entrances where they're located may be okay. But I saw a picture that John had pulled up about some of the trees up there, and I don't have in my mind, since I did not see the site, I'd like to see it, whether there's other trees that could be trimmed or shaved up there that might improve the line of sight. But I just think if the people got together, and that would also include maybe putting more shrubbery, possibly, which we may not be able to require, along the parking lot to shade it off so they don't see the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I think there's some things that they can talk about.
Yep.
That would be worth postponing.
Yeah, I've got three things. I've got screening, I've got settling with the fire department on a plan, and I do have resolving. I would like to see the town engineer feeling okay about this plan. That may mean the town engineer and the fire department need to get together, which means there's a conversation that gets complicated to condition. I came into this thinking, oh, it's gonna be a 2-meeting thing, and I'm having a really hard time thinking about how we're going to condition it. With those 3 sets of unknowns, especially when we've got 2 town departments that may have conflicting wishes and they need to sort that out.
And that can't be conditioned that if we have a meeting with them, that we can condition that.
Well, normally we get, even for minor site plan review, when a department, especially when it has raised safety concerns, usually we eventually get a memo from the fire department saying, we're good with this. From the police department saying, we're good with this. From the engineering department saying, we're good with this. And that's what I would love to have, so that we aren't just saying, oh, you can figure that out. I'd like to see it sorted out. Does that make sense? So with all that, I think we need to continue the hearing. Are there any objections to that? Okay, but it's not gonna be long.
Right.
So I think we need a motion.
Well, I'll move that this matter, which relates to 420 Haverhill Street, Cobblestone Corner Academy, be continued to the next meeting that we have in August.
Which is
Are we meeting in August? And my thinking on that is that'll give everybody a chance to talk.
And get that
Plus,
sorted out.
Right, and we can get, the fence along the, whatever it's called.
Rain garden.
The rain garden and things like that all drawn in. It'd be nice if we knew exactly where the vinyl fence is along the sides precisely. We certainly don't want it interfering with line of sight. But we want it blocking the neighbor's view on both sides as best as possible.
Okay, I've got 4 things that I really want to be clear so that we aren't, because they're 4 things, and only, well, one of them is complicated. I've got the fence along the rain garden, sorting out what the fire department is looking for and getting the okay with that, and getting kind of the okay from the town engineer. I don't know if it's gonna end up involving the police department on whatever the configuration is that satisfies the concern we have on record from the town engineer and the fire department. So it's getting the okay from our town departments. And then there was, any additional specificity you might be able to provide on the screening plantings, and you said the fence along the sides also?
Well, the vinyl fence along the sides. I just want to make sure they're screening the residents on both sides.
So screenings.
And if you want to add another one, Andrew, should we go for just a legal opinion, a short one on whether the
Yeah, I've read through it. There's
whether it
not any
trumps? I think that probably the
conditions.
state statute's going to trump.
Yeah, there's no conditions really in that variance. I'm happy to share it.
Yeah.
There is a finding that is a pre-existing business going to residential, but that wasn't a condition to maintain. Typically in subdivisions, the condition is no further subdivision of the lot. Even that's not in there, but I'm happy to share it and also see if council will.
That would be adequate.
Yeah, because I also doubt that would trump the state law.
Yeah.
Okay, is that all right? Is that clear? Okay.
So I move, we need a second though.
Oh, I'll second.
You need to roll call.
And we need to roll call because Guy, you're online. So, Guy,
Yes.
Heather, yes?
Yes.
Tom? And John?
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you.
What's the next one?
I think the next one will be quicker. All right. moving on in our agenda, the next one is the continued public hearing for the mixed-use site plan review for 346, 348 Main Street,
Thanks,
Realty
John.
Trust.
Thank
We'll give everybody a minute to.
Thanks, Jack. We'll follow up. Let's see.
Did you turn on the air conditioning? It got so hot.
I was like, I can't
take it anymore. You're up.
Thanks. Save me the seat.
Oh, God.
You guys look vaguely familiar.
We're back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and give us your updates?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the CPDC, the record attorney Brian McGrail, with Jim Jolly on behalf of the applicant, Broad Street Realty. We do have some updates. I just want to, I guess, a housekeeping item. I just want to figure out through administrative staff where we are with eligible voting members on this, because I guess is Mr. Weston not on the board anymore?
Yeah, so,
Tom can vote.
because, Hillary is out tonight, I think because of the special permit, we would need 4 voting members. And I don't know that Guy can vote. We have to check the Mullen Rule forms, but I think we received 2 from him, so that may be an issue.
What's the issue?
The issue that he missed too many meetings?
Yes. We're talking about voting members.
So I was gonna address this at the end, but.
I didn't want to go forward any testimony.
Let's address it at the beginning.
Yeah.
These poor guys have been here for an
That's okay.
hour already.
I didn't want to go if it's an issue, I didn't want to go forward with any testimony and then disqualify somebody else who's not here.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. So do we not have
Yeah,
any
I
voting
mean,
members?
if you were to continue without discussion, Hillary would be eligible to maintain voting status.
The
which
guy
would
is
give
out
you-
because of Mullen or some?
Guy has missed 2, so he's out. New member has missed too many, just given all the discussions to date, so he cannot watch for Mullen Rule.
Right.
Even with Hillary at the special permit, you need 4 out of 4 rather than 4 out of 5, but it is at least minimum vote.
When you say minimum vote.
In the case of approval, approved vote, you need 4 votes because it's a super majority in the case of special permit. So if it's just 3 voting members, there is no chance of even approval, which is the flag.
That seems odd, Andrew, in that we could actually get into a case where you can't get out of, where you don't have enough voting members. Is there no way to have?
We gotta ask legal counsel.
Yeah.
There can't be the case.
So the votes that we have, if we were to continue to August, Hillary could do Mullen Rule, right?
It's already done 1, so you would continue with no discussion, I guess.
Continue with no discussion because then she wouldn't have to do the Mullen Rule.
Right.
And in August, we would have Hillary, me.
1, 2, 3 for everybody here.
Is there any distinction whether it's in person or remote? No, there's no distinction.
I can do it remotely. I'm on vacation.
You don't need quorum in person. You can do it remotely.
You
without-
can do quorum, yeah.
Yes, but there is the open question, like, I don't know exactly how the new member is treated, just given he wasn't on the board and even able to listen to the previous discussions, but I'm not sure that there's exemption to catch up.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
My experience is no.
Yeah.
So I
especially in
think
the
we need to
special permit
continue
case.
this to August.
Yeah, I don't want, that's why I brought it up. I didn't want to give
I'm
any
so glad you
testimony.
did.
and
Yeah,
then
I'm glad you
yeah.
did, I was thinking it and I forgot.
And I'm so glad we didn't catch this ahead of time, so that you're here for 2 hours. So we need to continue it.
I think so.
Okay,
Jim, you okay? Yeah, and that's fine. We were having a nice conversation in the hallway, so.
We apologize, we probably should have caught this earlier.
No need for an apology.
It was on my mind and I didn't think at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, a motion to continue?
I'll move that we continue the item at 346-348 Main Street Park Realty Trust until the August meeting.
Second? I'll second. Alrighty, we're gonna do a roll call for this, and Guy can vote on the roll call, right? On the continuance?
I'll abstain,
Yeah.
just in case.
Alrighty, I'll vote yes.
Yes.
Tom
Yes.
and John, yes. I am so sorry.
Yeah,
that you
sorry
didn't-
about that, guys.
That's fine. I'm glad we all caught it before we.
I am really glad you did,
So,
sorry.
so these three and Hillary are eligible?
At this time, yes.
Okay, great.
I'm not sure who to ask, but can we ask town council for a crisp set of rules?
Mhm. I will.
And these are all questions about extremists. They're not the normal steady state. They're like, what happens if somebody's out for two? Can they come back in and play second base if they've been playing?
Right.
They can't, though.
They
That's
can't,
the
yeah.
thing.
I had experience with this in another town, that the board got a quandary that they only had 3 eligible
You
members.
can't get there.
And then what happened is the new members voted, but they abstained because they said they were not qualified for the vote. And the case law says that's a negative vote. So it gives the applicant, like myself, a real incentive to withdraw without prejudice and refile
You'd have to
again.
reopen the
And
whole
kind of
hearing.
restart again
Yeah.
to be able to get, otherwise you're gonna end up with a denial.
So right now, we have 4 potential votes.
You can go forward on 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
great.
Yes, the difference is right 4 out of 5 versus 4 out of 4. Different
Yeah.
percentages, but.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna make.
Appreciate
Sorry about
The
that.
people behind us are glad.
I am glad.
Oh, we didn't take a vote on that, did we?
We did.
Did.
Oh, we did, okay, that's right.
Monday, August 11th.
Let's put down continued.
Okay, let's go to the next agenda item, which is the continued public hearing for the Primrose School at 885 Main Street. Are you here to present an update?
We actually have some more team members in the hallway. I
Okay,
can
why
grab
don't you
them.
go get them?
Here's some handouts. I don't know. You guys want to take a look?
Outside of this here. Okay. Is it appropriate to ask like a non-specific question, like a general overarching once we start?
Non-specific.
Like not about the things that are
Thank you.
being passed down?
What?
What's appropriate once we're in a hearing is for you to make your comments known to the public.
So no matter what, just up here. Okay.
Yes, please. Is this document that is being handed out to us available online also? Where did they go?
As far as I know, it's a new colored material.
They're not for everybody?
It's not part of the 7-3 submittal?
Is this that you handed out to us? Was this available ahead of time and available for the public also?
We have a poster board printed out we can show to the public, but this was just a rendering of the site. It's just a colorized site plan.
So is it part of our materials also?
It was not previously posted online.
So our member who is remote doesn't have access to it?
We do have a board, so the video will be able to pick it up.
But we can't send them a
I'm
PDF.
going to just make this comment right now. That's not ideal. It's not ideal at all for all of these people to be here, including one of our board members, and not be able to look at the materials online ahead of time. So we're going to proceed, but please don't do this again. I don't know how, sorry, that kind of thing does make me lose my temper. We all need to be looking at the same materials, the public and our whole commission, okay? I'm going to be remote next month, so I don't want to be looking at a video online.
Is this document available as a PDF tonight? Can somebody shoot it off on their phone?
Yeah. Is there an email you want me to send it to?
Send it to me and I'll pull it up.
Yeah, send it to Andrew and he'll shoot it
Been in
off.
communication for a long time. This is, don't do that again.
Mixed grass. So what am I doing here? What date is this? May.
Our attorney's about 6 minutes away. I know there was a long application before. I'm happy to start without him.
You were on the agenda for 7:30, I believe, right?
Correct,
We are
yeah.
going to proceed. Thank you.
That's no problem.
And we have town council on.
Council is on the Zoom.
Andrew, you should have. Can we take a picture of that, just so we can, like.
Absolutely, absolutely, it's public.
It's impossible to see from back
Did you get that documented?
Should be coming any second.
Make sure
Got
it's,
it.
can you post it to the website from there or no? Send it to Guy and.
Yeah, we can do that.
Send it to Guy first and then post it.
Is this different than what we've seen previously?
I can explain it once I introduce it.
Can't do it.
Great, thank you, Andrew.
Has the application been open?
Yes, I called it, yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Good evening, Josh Klein, Stonefield Engineering Design, 120 Washington Street, Salem, Mass. So it's been a couple of months since we're here tonight. It's on the screen now. I'll introduce, kind of this as an exhibit. This is the same site plan that was submitted in the original application. It's the same exact landscape plan that was submitted in the last submission. What we've done is just colorize it to make it a little bit easier to speak to this evening, but tree locations, kind of design layout is all the same as the previous resubmission. There's been kind of, two main focuses from the last meeting to this meeting. There's been some other things that have happened, but one is the traffic peer review. I believe, Andrew, are they on tonight?
Sergio is
Perfect.
here. Yep, thank you for coming.
Oh, great, thank you. So, what we wanted to kind of highlight is, where we were from the last meeting to this meeting and keep it brief, and then obviously open it up for any questions. So all comments included in the traffic peer review have been addressed. They did provide an updated letter in advance of this meeting. They found that the study area, the intersections of analysis, the components of the study, and the findings of the report have all been completed in accordance with Mass DOT and industry guidelines. They also concurred with our ultimate conclusion that the proposed project and use will not have a significant adverse impact on the operations of the surrounding roadway network. What we've also done is work with the stormwater peer review. I know that's under the Conservation Commission purview, but we did receive a peer review letter from Horsley Witten, the stormwater peer review reviewer. We resubmitted. We did get a comment letter back. There was 4 comments included in that, 3 being minor clarifications and 1 being a clarification to the drainage area. But I think the keys from a stormwater perspective is that they agreed with kind of the intent of our design, the ultimate kind of reduction in both volume and peak runoff rates. We did speak to it at the last meeting. The Reading Fire Department has submitted their memo kind of saying that they're satisfied with the plan as presented for access, water supply, protection of the front sidewalk. And they stated they had no existing concerns with the updated site plan. Coming out of the submission, so there was no real layout changes from the last time we presented the plan to what you see tonight. Most of the changes to the actual plan were underground, so there were stormwater changes based on kind of working with the stormwater peer reviewer. So the layout that we presented at the last meeting is the same layout you have tonight. We did agree, kind of in working with the peer reviewer, to a few mitigation strategies. One being designating the 10 parking spaces along the front of the building where the number 10 is. Those would be kind of drop off and pick up only during the peak kind of drop off and pickup times. We also agreed to work with Mass DOT to put no parking signage along Main Street. So today it's parking along Main Street is prohibited. We have witness vehicles, parking along it. So if Mass DOT allows us, we would work with them to place no parking signs along Main Street. So those would be kind of two site plan changes. They're not represented in the plans, but there are bollards along each of those 10 spaces. So a sign would be placed there to kind of designate those spaces as pickup, drop off. That's really the crux of what's happened. It's been a lot of kind of working with the peer reviewing consultants, both this board as well as the commission has hired, and kind of preparing those resubmissions. Happy to go through any kind of additional questions, but we do feel comfortable at this time. We've both satisfied the traffic peer reviewer, and we are confident that in working with the stormwater peer review, it will be satisfied in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, if that's all you have, why don't we open it up to commission questions?
John Arena, you mentioned the 10 spots in front of the building are now posted. Why those and say what are the other remaining spots intended for?
So they could be, so there are employee-only parking spots that were designated when we presented the plan.
Right, so
last time we were
53,
here.
right, you have 53 total minus how many for the employees?
So we have 8 total for employee-only along the front, the 10 for the drop-off pickup, and the rest of the spaces could be used by employees or by parents.
Have you or will you plan to produce an emergency access plan as part of the review?
So an emergency management plan is handled during the licensing phase of a project. So we would work with, we would have to work with the Department of Early Education and Care, the EEC. As part of getting your license with the state, you do have to prepare, it's called an emergency management plan. So that would be completed and approved as part of our licensing process.
But I think the emergency access plan would be a document that this body would also want to review. One of the issues that is front and center for this board, and I speak for myself, but I think all members, is public safety. And I think we spent in the prior hour talking about, in the event of an emergency, we had to evacuate the building, the designated gathering spot where the children could be removed from any immediate danger, or away from any public safety vehicles or parental vehicles, and have a head count performed. I asked and I received assurances that would be delivered in the prior meeting. I'm asking, is that part of your submittal to this body, or will it be?
It's not part of the submittal to this body. It's dictated by the Early Education and Care Licensing Board, and we can't agree to something in front of this board that may contradict what we're required to do as part of our licensing process.
No, I understand, but under the Mass Building Code, means of egress and entrance to the building and the safe passage of the occupants of the building are part of this body's concern.
So what we ensure is, what we look at is the comments that we receive from a traffic engineering perspective, what are required as part of our site plan submission. But again, that emergency management plan would be something we would do as part of both the licensing and building permitting process.
We may be talking past each other. I'm not talking about a management plan. I'm talking about an emergency action plan. In the event of an evacuation, active shooter, fire, how do you evacuate 175 children and the director and the employees remote from the building, remote from public safety, perform a head count, and ensure their safety in the process.
So it's something that is required, again, as part of the licensing.
I get it, but
Where
if
are
this,
you focused?
if this body asks for it, are you refusing to provide it?
What I'm saying is I'm happy to provide any additional clarity that's kind of within my purview as a professional site civil and traffic
Consider
engineer.
that request made.
But an emergency management plan would be under
I get it,
early
but we're
education
asking,
and
we're
care.
asking to have, under our purview, public safety is a condition that we anticipate and consider in our deliberation. This particular property is unique in that it occupies the entirety of the usable space. It's constrained by wetlands, unfortunately, and it's also adjacent to a major highway. It is, as a parent, as an adult, it's just common sense. And my understanding is, under the Mass Building Code, permitting authorities such as this have the right and the obligation to consider public safety and an emergency access plan. If I'm mistaken, correct me.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Silverstein. I'm the applicant's counsel. So I want to be clear about exactly what is within the scope of the board's jurisdiction. Building code is not. Building code is the building commissioner's purview. Licensing conditions and emergency access is not. Under Chapter 48, Section 3, the Dover Amendment, and I listened to an earlier application, I know this isn't something new to the board. The board's purview is bulk and size of structures and height, area, setbacks, parking, and loading. Now, in reality, it's not uncommon, and Primrose has done this in other communities, and it's done it here. It's provided a lot more information than the law would require it to provide. I think what you're asking for is well beyond what the law would allow the board to request. More importantly, it's not that we're refusing to provide it. It's that that is not the sort of plan that can be finalized or even conceived of until you get into construction, licensing, coordination with the police department. It's not that we're not willing to provide it, it's that that is just not, this is not the time that that information will have been determined for a whole host of reasons in terms of information that's available now, coordination with law enforcement and licensing authorities. I mean, I can tell you Primrose has how many facilities throughout the state?
Over, I think, 15 in this area.
So over a dozen. It's not new to this type of use. There have not been the type of issues that have arisen with inadequate response to any emergency situation. And I want to be really clear that we're not being recalcitrant and refusing to provide you information we could provide. It's like asking a restaurant applicant to list its ingredients before it even has developed a menu.
I'm gonna jump in here. At the last hearing your request and hearing everything you said, at the last meeting, the question was actually a little bit narrower. It was where will, if the children need to evacuate, say even for a fire drill, where would be their congregation place? And that's, while it may be beyond the law, that question was also never answered. So thinking about how we're using this space, it would be minimally, it'd be nice if you could let us know kind of what the thoughts are about where the children will go.
I mean, I'm sure we could give you preliminary thoughts, but again, with the caveats that it's not going to mean a whole lot until we coordinate those issues with the emergency services departments in the town and the licensing body. I mean, that's the sort of thing that you develop once you have a facility constructed you're seeing how it operates in reality, and you determine where it makes sense to have children congregate. And frankly, that changes, just like bus stop locations change. You sort of evaluate those issues over time. I don't know if there's been sort of a preliminary thought about where that might be at this point. If there has, I don't think I wouldn't have an objection to providing it, just with the caveat that it's extremely preliminary at best.
But matters of life safety do concern this board. I think rightfully they concern you as the applicant.
Well, they do concern us, but I think where the disconnect is the fact that we're not at the point in licensing or planning now to address those issues means that we're, not that we don't care about it, but that we will address it and care about it at the time when it's going to be most meaningful and useful. And respectfully, life safety is not the purview of the planning board.
I understand that, but it's very much a concern of our fire chief and our public safety officials.
And there's a letter from the fire chief saying he has no objections to this project. So I think that's an excellent point.
What I'm amazed at is you can tell where the dumpster is, you can tell where the drop-off zones are. I can even see where the turnaround is, but I don't know where those kids are gonna go.
Well, again, those are all the sorts of things that a typical site plan would identify.
Right.
Dumpster location, turnaround, parking, that's the proper purview of site plan review. You know, where the kids gather around the maypole or in a fire drill, that's not the proper purview of this board, and it's not something that is typically or can feasibly determined at this early stage in the process.
Okay, I disagree.
If local public safety is involved in those discussions, if you know, or is it the state level? And subsequently, if the plan is approved, is it recorded with the local public safety offices? Do we know?
I very much doubt that there's any sort of recorded or formal plan, because again, as with any operational facet of a school or any other business, you figure out what works and what doesn't work and you tweak it. I am comfortable agreeing or representing that we will consult with the police department, the fire department, about where we intend to have that sort of evacuation gathering and to get their input. We would want that anyways.
Okay. Other questions? I have a number, but I'll let others go with their questions first.
Well, I'll just follow up on what you said. I basically disagree. I mean, what we've heard is there may be two spots. One spot out front to go down the sidewalk. Oh, there's a problem with that because that's where they're running the new fire line up there, and the kids are going to have to cross the fire hoses and stuff like that. The other spot is out in the playground. Well, there's a problem with that because it's confined by a fence that has no outlet in it. And they've got to go up a 20-foot slope to get up to the road that's out there. That's not going to happen, particularly if you got ADA students. I mean, there's a serious problem with it. And I am not in favor of approving anything, come hell or high water, if it's going to adversely affect the students. I know.
I think it would be,
You probably have to consult with the fire chief.
well, yeah, so we do have a memo from the fire chief that he is okay with the site plan. And it would be nice if you all would provide at least some updated thoughts about where that would go, because that has been expressed as a community concern. It is an operations question, but you know, so far it would be great if you could provide some current thoughts on where that would go and how that fits with the overall site if it's occupied by, say, fire trucks. I have some other questions. Guy, do you have any questions at this point?
The tree that sits on the planned north part of the entrance Do we have, and the one south of that for this matter, do we have any concerns with line of sight with those trees being proposed in those locations, assuming they're being proposed and not existing?
Yeah, we don't, both our office as well as the traffic peer review reviewed the landscape plan. I think if the board wishes for us to move it, a couple feet into the site, we'd be happy to, but we have no concern.
Yeah, it's just hard to tell, how low does that canopy sit? If it's not a site, a view concern, then I'm happy to, kind of go past it, but
Okay.
if they're immature trees, I think that may be a concern up front.
Yeah, we can definitely, and it's a common condition we get a lot of times is ensuring that landscaping is properly trimmed to avoid any sight lines. Something we've seen, but it's the tree itself is outside of the sight line, and it would be maintained to ensure no impacts.
Awesome, thank you.
I have a few questions. One is, have you indicated where snow storage is going to be?
We haven't, it's not indicated on the plan, so so one of the challenges is we don't want to store snow in the 100-foot buffer.
Right.
So we would be looking at kind of small landscape areas that are outside of the 100-foot buffer towards Main Street. Now, we also have to keep in mind any snow storage areas would have to be below about 3.5 feet to not impede on sight lines. But the applicant would agree they'd have a private hauler, so any kind of snow that couldn't be stored on site would be removed from the site.
I would very much like to have on one of your plans, oftentimes we do get it. It's actually normal on a site plan, right, to have snow storage marked, or on the plan say that snow is going to be removed. The areas that are around, the small areas around Main Street, one of them is on the sidewalk, the other is right up against an abutter, and then you've got areas that would be impeding the line of sight. So I think we need to settle on what that plan is, or have a condition that it's always going to be removed.
Yeah, I think again, there are some small strips and we can designate it on the plan, but the intent would be snow would be removed from the site.
I don't see any feasible method where any significant amount of snow can be stored anywhere on the site based on where the fences lie.
Yeah.
Correct.
Retaining walls, yeah, so I would be in agreement. I guess just seeing the snow management plan dictating the hauler and methodologies, I guess, would be the more pertinent.
Yeah, we do have snow removal as part of the operations and maintenance manual, so that would be recorded as part of any Concom order of condition.
Is that in our filing also, or just for Concom?
It was submitted. I don't know if it.
Operations and maintenance plan. Okay.
So that designates, snow removal, who can do it. It also designates the type of materials they can use for like de-icing as well, kind of complying with any state and local requirements.
And wetlands?
Correct, state and local includes the town bylaws as well as Mass DEP.
Another question, I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up the right thing. Another question I have is something that I noticed when I was reading the stormwater report and the peer review report. I'm grateful to the peer reviewers for noting that the contour lines of all the abutters should be shown also. And I noticed on this set of plans, those contours are shown. And if we could go to the sheet C2 up there, that would be great. Thank you. Something that somebody commented on earlier, so and then we'll go to the plans. One of the abutters commented earlier about the little 2-foot retaining wall. When we have the contours all shown from the abutters, I see that that there's a low spot on, among the surrounding properties, there's a low spot essentially like in the front yard of your property. Now, if you go and the property from the southern abutter kind of drains that way. So now if we go to the sheet that shows the little retaining wall, this is where I have a question. Yes, the contour lines on the abutter aren't shown here, but we know from that previous one, seeing all of the contour lines, the drainage, essentially the drainage flow goes right toward that corner where there's now just a little retaining wall and the slope. And it looks to me like that might cause water to then back up on the abutter's property. And I'm wondering what's being done about drainage around that retaining wall so that that doesn't happen.
So if you go maybe one more sheet or two more to the drainage plan, there'll be contours on. So the
that one has the
so what we
contours,
looked
right?
at with the updated design is we kind of broke out the analysis into multiple points of interest. We did look at both the residents to the north, the residents to the south, as well as the wetland area, and we're showing a reduction in both volume and peak to all those areas. The peer reviewer did note that in their latest review, so it was actually shown on one of the original submissions. You know, our intent is to place a small area drain to ensure that if any water were to get kind of trapped, you know, along that retaining wall, it could kind of continue through the site. So we don't anticipate it'd be, you know, today there's more water going to that neighbor than what happens today. So we're decreasing both the amount and the rate at which it comes off the site.
Right now, water from the neighbors flowing on to your property.
So it's both. There's some water from our site that flows to that area, some water from that resident that flows to that area. You know, today there's
So
you know,
do
kind
these-
of natural vegetation.
And I'm sorry to be a dum-dum and need to ask this, but do these plans show that drainage way there, or is that something we see on an updated plan that you're gonna show?
So if we were to, you know, in working with the peer reviewer, if we feel that area drain is the best approach, we may look at some other alternatives to ensure that stormwater is kind of satisfied. It would be included in any resubmission as part of the stormwater peer review.
Okay.
But that was the only kind of technical comment in nature. There was 4 comments, but it's something that we feel really comfortable can be worked out. You know, what they're looking at is from an analysis standpoint, you know, do we meet kind of all of the standards, both at a state level and as well as the town bylaw, which they found that we did.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I also believe that you're proposing, is it like a shea concrete block wall?
It could be, you know, we won't know, you know, kind of the final manufacturer, but correct, it would be likely a
Something
gravity
of that
wall
nature,
or
a stack
something.
block.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, all right, and in building those common practice, there would be and I think you have a cut on it. On C15, there's gonna be a drain pipe on the back end of that wall with I'm guessing, surrounded by 3/4 inch crushed stone and then filter fabric. So that should.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about, Guy, isn't so much the drainage kind of from the wall onto the new property, but the way that the slope is now, that abutting property from the south kind of drains toward that corner, and the drainage would then end up running into a wall. And what would that do with rainwater backing up onto their property? That's what I was noticing when I saw the full contour lines of the existing site compared to the new site.
As it occurs above, it occurs below. And most, I mean, you're gonna have water shedding that way anyways. I think that pipe is gonna help with it, but I get what you're saying. You're talking about groundwater just running.
Yeah, well, groundwater and just like a little bit of surface water when if it's really raining hard.
Can I comment a little bit on that?
Yeah.
One thing that wasn't discussed in the review or anything like that is mounding that's going to be created by all of the below ground systems that you've got there. And it's going to affect things differently. Water's going to flow in a different area. It looks to a large extent that you've got water flowing to the top northeast section into the wetlands there. And the mounding will increase in elevation of groundwater in that area. I think one of the things that is needed is where you've made a statement that the water flowing now is the water that's going to flow later. But where is the water flowing now, and where will it be flowing later in the volumes that it's at? Because that stream goes into a vernal pool. That discharge area there ultimately goes into a vernal pool. And is the vernal pool going to be adversely affected? But it's important to know where the water's going. I think if your system works, and that's part of the problem because you got a TSS problem as well, that the property in the northwest corner is not going to be adversely affected, I think. So long as the system is there. But I'm worried that you're going to have to constantly clean out total suspended solids, because you're not getting the 90% that's required.
Sorry, any additional?
No, that's just a general statement along those lines.
I just want to kind of clarify, I think, for the board. And so groundwater mounding, it's something we look at as part of being a site engineer. It's something that's required for Mass DEP. Groundwater mounding really is more related to when you're capturing water and putting it in the ground. So by sheet flowing water, it really wouldn't have any impact on groundwater mounding. So then what that would do is that, what we look at, okay, we have a small infiltration system on site that's capturing water and putting it in the ground. And the Mass DEP, as well as the town bylaw, has regulations on how much separation we need between the groundwater and the bottom of the system. So we meet that requirement. A groundwater mounding analysis is not required, and there'd be no impact to groundwater mounding. Now, there's a few other, things kind of as part of that. So TSS, the state has an 80% TSS removal requirement. The town has a 90%. So what we're doing is all of these new impervious surfaces, all of the parking area, is collected in this infiltration system. It's pre-treated, so we have hoods and sumps that capture some of the TSS. There's an isolator row in this infiltration system that captures additional TSS, and that water kind of works its way into the infiltration system and is slowly released in the ground. So there's no TSS that is leaving this system or going directly to the wetland. Everything is contained within the stormwater system. And the last item was talking about drainage areas and where water goes. We did submit an updated stormwater report. We include both existing drainage areas, we include proposed drainage areas, we include multiple points of interest. So we don't just analyze one point, we don't just pick a random point. In this case, we have 3 different points of interest. And what we've shown is that all 3 points were decreasing the peak runoff. So the rate at which water goes to those points is less, and we're decreasing the volumes. We're sending less water. So that ensures that there would be no adverse impact to the wetland, to a vernal pool, and to any of the adjacent neighbors.
Okay, where are the 3 points that you're looking at?
If you want to pull the drainage area map up, I'm happy to.
I think you got one shaded area to the west, the large one in the parking area, and I think you've got the playground area.
So we don't look at the proposed first. So that's why I was saying in our stormwater report, we have an existing drainage area map. So we always start with the existing condition, and that kind of sets our design and our points of analysis. It's typically at the bottom. There's like 4 or 5 sheets. We don't typically bring it as a board
map.
And these are great questions. These are all things that the stormwater peer reviewer looks at. It's under the Conservation Commission's purview. We have to get a stormwater management permit. I believe they review and approve the stormwater management. The town engineer also reviews it as well. But we're very comfortable with the design.
While you guys are discussing that, can I go back to just snow management for a minute? Your operations and maintenance plan does not say that snow will be removed. It talks about places that it will be stored, will not be stored. So we need to update that operations and management plan to reflect what you actually said, that snow will be removed and where it's going to be stored, show it on the plan, please.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay. I have another question. Do you want me to just keep going?
Do you want me to bring up the drainage map first, or do we need to?
I don't have any more questions about drainage. Does anybody else have questions about drainage?
Just bring it up. I'd like to see where it's drained to now and where it will be drained to.
So as it's loading, so the drainage patterns are maintained. So those points of analysis, they remain both in existing and proposed. So you have I don't know if this mic is movable. Can I take it with me? So you have 3 different points of interest. You have kind of the wetland area, so you can kind of see that blue line there is the divide. So we have point of interest there. We have point of interest P2. Sorry, can you go to the existing?
Yep.
Perfect, there we go. All right, so you have this POI 1 or E1, so that's area that's tributary to the bordering vegetative wetland. You have area E2, which is tributary kind of to the residential properties to the south. You have E3, which is tributary to the residential area to the north. So those are our 3 analysis points. So now what we look to do is show what are the areas that are tributary to those areas. So we have P1A, that's going to point of interest 1. We have P1B, which is all of that impervious parking area in the roof, goes to the stormwater system. Then it goes to the bordering vegetative wetland, and you kind of have these small kind of areas along the outside, P1, P3, and P2 to the south.
Are they going to the same areas in the same volumes that they go to now?
We're reducing the volume in the peak runoff, and they are going to the same areas.
Can I repeat in like layman's terms? I think what you're saying is all of the water, rain, snow within the blue area is either collected in the catch basins or sheets off, but doesn't pool where it's collected. It's actually managed elsewhere on the property. And you're directing it to one of those 3 areas away from the residences on Main Street. Is that?
So similar, we have 3 points of interest. So we look at what goes there under existing conditions, and then we look at what goes there under proposed, and both the town as well as the state has standards that we have to ensure we meet at kind of all 3 of those points.
Your outlets from the drainage structure are all directed towards the wetland.
Right. All of the, correct, so all the impervious area, the roof, the parking area, all goes to our infiltration system. And that is, it kind of captures the water, slowly releases it into the ground, and during larger storm events, water kind of is controlled and kind of continues out. It's kind of slowly let out to the wetland area.
Was the location of the diffusion area, is it optimized for one or more? Does it have to be centralized? Is there some reason to not push it closer to the wetlands to avoid any flow back from the origin?
So what we do geotechnical testing, so we do test pits to kind of ensure the system will function properly.
That's PERC, that gives you the total PERC.
Well, it looks at multiple things. It looks at groundwater. We do look at an infiltration rate. It also looks at the types of soils that we're dealing with. And we kind of use that as well as with kind of how the site lays out and how the grading design works to kind of optimally locate the stormwater system.
So you can tell before building the diffusion in any direction? I mean, if you have a deposit of 1,000 gallons, you can predict reasonably where the diffusion is going to be, which direction?
So infiltrating, what we're looking at, I don't think diffusion, I'm not sure what you mean by diffusion.
It descends into the clay or the silt or what have you, and it's going to be picked up with if there's any current or any rock layer that actually causes it to sheet off in any direction. Can you?
So
we want to make sure it goes into the wetlands and stays away from the established houses, or at least doesn't make their circumstances worse.
Yeah, we're confident. The peer reviewer kind of agreed that, the infiltration system, the design would not have an adverse impact to any neighbors.
Okay.
If you don't mind, we'll finish the commission questions, then I'll go to the public. Thank you. I have a couple of other questions. Moving to a different topic, this is about parking and parking management. I noticed, and I think it was the response to Green International, that said the applicant would be amenable to creating a parking and management plan. Did I read that correctly?
Correct. So yeah, we agreed as a kind of a condition of approval, we would kind of have a parking management plan that could be used by kind of parents for the facility.
Okay. It'd be great to get like an outline of what that might look like for this group
I think,
as well.
yeah, similar. I mean, this is something that's kind of developed as the operation of the school is developed, as, kind of construction documents are developed, emergency management plans are developed. We're happy to provide kind of an outline, but we can't, kind of be held to an exact plan. And it does change over time,
An example of a typical one, it goes hand in hand with my other question, is I'm wondering what you do. It's been a concern here. You have adequate parking, right? That's been established. It is a busy street. I'm wondering if you have experience at your other facilities if there does get to be a backup on any street or a busy street, what you do with your operations and your parking and operations plan to adjust that so that it doesn't end up becoming an unintended nuisance. For instance, if parking does, despite all your best intentions and best planning, if in practicality, cars do start to back up on the busy street, what do you do in response?
So that is one of the strategies is to have a parking management plan in place. So that's something you have in place to kind of help safely manage parking on site. What we also look at is other mitigation strategies early on. That's why we kind of have designated those 10 parking spots for drop off and pickup along the front. That's why we have like the employee only spaces designated out front. So those will kind of help. We did also kind of in working with the peer reviewer and talking with town staff, we'd be amenable to doing like a 12-month post-occupancy study. So we would do a kind of a parking count and a review to ensure that everything is operating, as intended. And if it's not, it'd be something that, we would look to kind of address. But both our applicant as well as Mass DOT, no one wants any backup on Main Street, and that's kind of why we have this current plan in place.
And the width of the front, which I think is 100 feet and required a minimum of 120 or so, that is a dimensional control or a dimensional issue, which we can rule
I'm happy to
Are
have.
you talking about frontage?
on. Frontage.
We might want to ask our own counsel for an opinion on that, if they're available.
To the list.
Yeah, so Ethan, I don't know if you're here. I know we've talked about the frontage and reasonable regulation around that.
Well, I noticed it minimally, the parking spaces right at the front of the roadway, Main Street. If they get in there, they're backing up almost into Main Street because they've got to turn around and go out. So.
Right, so on the frontage alone, it is 80 feet existing where 100 feet is proposed or required for new lot development. Council and I have chatted around the reasonable regulation around frontage and discussed it. And so there are, within that term of reasonability, there are areas to look at, and that's other allowed frontages in town for required uses. That's does the site driveway and curb cuts fit within the proposed frontage and use, and the pre-existing nature of the lot come into play. And so, Ethan, maybe I'll defer to you from there on the reasonability of it.
Well, sure, Andrew, can you hear me? It's not letting me turn my video on, so I just want to make sure that
Can't hear you. Can't see you.
We hear you really clearly.
Excellent. That's good to hear. It says the video is disabled by the host, so I'll leave it be as it is for the moment.
Maybe the host could try to fix it in the meantime.
So with regard to the frontage, I think the applicant's attorney correctly stated, what we get to look at from a legal perspective under the Dover Amendment. And, to the extent that this property provides 80 feet of frontage where 100 feet of frontage would be required, I think this board would have to be prepared to find that, the failure to provide that extra 20 feet of frontage is such a significant and consequential, problem for this property, that it becomes a reasonable regulation to require that 100 feet. So, I think that's an area potentially for discussion amongst the members of the commission. But, my guidance would be, I can't say that there's no circumstance where we couldn't strictly require the minimum frontage, but the protections available to this applicant under the Dover Amendment are fairly broad, and we would need, clear justification for a strict enforcement of the existing frontage requirement.
Thank you. I have another question about that road. Can you give us an update on the status of your state highway access permit?
So we are in the 25% review stage.
What does that mean for everybody?
So they do typically it changes a 25% review, a 50 to 75% review, and then it goes into a permitting stage. So we're currently they're reviewing the application, as submitted.
What does that mean for schedule or completion date?
So DOT can't render a decision until this board. They can't issue a permit till we have site plan review. They can kind of continue through the review process. So that's currently kind of where we're at.
But in your experience where boards have given that consent, what would you expect, just to set our expectations?
You know, again, based on the findings of the traffic peer review, as well as the findings of our study, is I expect them to kind of agree with the findings and, you know, not have any significant impacts. What we've noticed a lot lately with Mass DOT is stormwater's a big concern of theirs. In this case, we're not sending any stormwater to their road, so we don't anticipate that would be an issue for this project.
But in terms of schedule, is that measured months, weeks, or?
It's really challenging to determine the state agency and how long they will take.
Okay, I think I have all the questions. I have one more question for right now. I did see that the peer reviewer, Green International, I think they're called, around the sight lines recommended improving visibility of the site driveway. You mentioned that you're going to be asking DOT to put no parking signs up. Is there anything else that you are intending to do to improve the sight lines as they recommended?
Yeah, that was kind of our initial approach with DOT. I mean, we have kind of the adequate sight lines in both directions, kind of ensuring, you know, that cars aren't parking illegally along that roadway. You know, that is kind of what we felt was a kind of a good measure that we kind of worked out.
All right. Any other questions from the commission?
Well, I assume, has there been any inquiries made with regard to traffic light?
So DOT will kind of review our study, but I will say this project will not warrant a traffic light or a traffic signal at the driveway.
What about a turnoff from traffic coming down from downtown Main Street to this place, a slight turnoff where cars can pull off the travel portion and not get hit?
So I think what we saw in the conclusion of the report, as well as the review, is that there will be no significant adverse impact. You know, it's roadway conditions will operate, you know, similar to how they do today. There won't be a significant adverse impact.
All right. I'll bet there are public comments. Over here. All of us are sitting at the sides of the screen. Yes, you raised your hand over here.
Do you have a flash drive for your PowerPoint? Can I give that to you? Otherwise, I have printed copies of pictures. Good evening. My name is Janice Berner. I live at 874 Main Street, which is diagonally across the street from the property. I've lived in this house almost 40 years on and off and brought up my kids there. I've lived at that house since elementary school and before going to North Andover, but then returning 27 years ago and buying the house. I always knew that I would return to Reading to bring up my kids because I had fond memories of a town where, even as an elementary school kid, I felt the town was looking out for children, number one. I'm here tonight because I am shocked, disappointed, and embarrassed that this proposal, which puts profits ahead of kids and resident safety, has made it this far. As a business owner and financial advisor who has daycares as clients, I have no problem with Primrose wanting to make a profit, but at a safe location. What is being proposed is ridiculous and dangerous. We're talking about potentially putting 177 kids, if my numbers are about right, and almost 30 staff into a parcel that currently has one home that I believe is licensed for just 10 daycare students. We as neighbors and concerned citizens on Route 28, if you weren't here for the first meeting, we live right up front. We have seen numerous horrific accidents on this decline on 28 that people race down, forget it during winter months. We've seen cars overturned on their roofs. This is a real thing, okay? So for me, I never intend to move nor sell my house. It has nothing to do for me for monetary reasons for being here. I simply can't see it happen and watch it out my window.
Andrew, can you make that bigger for those of us? We go to presentation
We'll
mode.
get to the presentation, yeah, in just a second. So it doesn't make any sense to us that this town would allow this dangerous situation to happen. Historic traffic studies may be accurate, but it can't be representative of what will happen when you add up to 200 cars a day to an already busy accident-prone strip of highway twice a day, right? It's also less than a mile from 3 nearby public schools. So during those prime hours, we have everybody else bogging down the highway. Aside from the fact, we've said it before, but let's say it again, Route 28 is the alternate to 93. So I will tell you this, in the morning I go for a run at the high school and it takes me about 7 minutes to get back to my house. And in that 7, maybe 3 minutes that I'm on Route 28, I can often see tractor trailers going by, maybe 3 in that short span of time. So we're not talking about normal traffic. We're not even comparing this to Haverhill Street. This is a highway. It is a state highway. Okay. So parents will be backed up on a busy, fast, and dangerous prone 28 trying to pull into a narrow driveway. Also hasn't been discussed how tight this turn is. Or families will be crossing 28 on foot because the 5-minute drop-off data used by Primrose in the past to calculate the required number of parking spots seems pretty low. As a parent who's had kids in daycare, it doesn't take 5 minutes for me to park, bring in the child, and forget it in the winter with snow, clothes, and everything else. It really takes about 10 to 15 minutes. So just imagine on those days, living right there, I can tell you, during overflow, families will park across 28 on Bethesda. And then they'll play Frogger to get across 28. Anybody remembers that game? As a homeowner right there, I can tell you, we don't even know most of our neighbors on the other side of the street because we don't get across the street. I'm not going to look out my window at that and know that I didn't try to speak up and ask my town to do better. Now for the most important issue and this PowerPoint. This parcel of land is way too small to fit one of the biggest, if not the largest, Primrose schools. If they had full use of the 2 acres, that would be one thing, but with only 2/3 of the property being usable, and with a 9-foot drop out the back, and let's not forget, the school is going to be enclosed on all 3 sides by a fence. There is no way out. This is not a minor issue. It's insane. It's the most important issue, and it's primed for disaster. It's the biggest fatal flaw in this design, a lack of an emergency escape and gathering area. How can it be okay to figure this out later? That's what I ask. How could this possibly be approved? Again, the proposal seems to be based on profits and not on children's and caretakers' safety. So whether there's a fire, a school shooting, or a gas leak, this parcel and school would be fenced all around with no extra space to gather. A redesign would not be able to come up with space where there is none. Finally, and we can show the next slide, please. Primrose must know this is wrong because all of their other local schools provide for a place to gather in an emergency. This PowerPoint shows the school here is the one in Danvers. So the satellite view of Danvers shows that the school itself has got the parking out front, but on either side, out to the left there, there's a space for kids to spill over where there is not a fence and gather if there were an emergency. There is a way out. Now, with kids and staff and over 200 people can possibly make it out through the narrow driveway of this address in Reading to gather on Route 28 and to skip over the hoses of the firemen, good luck. That to me sounds horrific. How could we possibly prove this? So we can just pass through if you'd like. That's Danvers. The next one that we're showing there is Woburn. Okay, that shows you that there's a way out to the right there to that other, parking lot. These are areas that don't belong to Primrose, but that are accessible. If there were an emergency, you'd be able to get to them with the kids. Ours is just a straight slot of space that's all penned in with little kids who are going to go where? To Route 28. There is nowhere to go. It is a total tragedy about to happen. The next one would be not Woburn, but is this Burlington next? Yeah, so that's Burlington. Now look at all that around it. There's the school, the parking's in front of it, and then on the outskirts, there's all kinds of land there. There's not a deep drop. It's not like that, like it is at this location, 9 feet in the back. They'd be able to spill over if they needed to. Okay, the next one would be, and this is just for purposes of seeing local Primroses, because everybody must be aware at Primrose that they have these situations. This one is, forgive me, I can't read that far. Chelmsford. So here's Chelmsford, right? That whole black space to the left of it is a wide, driveway / street, pretty close to the school, but again, you'd be able to meet there. There's an escape route, put it that way, that's not all fenced in. Because right now on 28, it would be the neighbor's house. The neighbor's house doesn't have any space, right? We have nothing on the edges of this thing. It's crammed in just like the rest of 28. And I think this might be the final one, or there are two more. Okay, now this is Andover. Andover, when you first look at it, looks like there's not enough space to gather, just like Reading. And so the next photo I'm going to show you is an actual picture of the space. They've got this extra yard to the left of their fenced-in space for the kids. I think there might be two pictures or just one of this. They've actually got a pretty wide area there of extra yard where worst came to worst, they'd be able to spill over there. That's far away from the school in case of a fire. And it goes all the way out to the parking lot, so you're not crammed in the back and waiting to be rescued back there. So I guess that is all I have to say, other than to really ask Reading to not disappoint me. I came back here for a reason, because I really do care about this town, and I really do believe people make good decisions here. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, Lisa Mays, 59 Francis Drive. You'll have to bear with me, I'm not used to speaking in front of a large crowd. I've been a little bit confused about the Dover Amendment. I know at one of the first meetings, we were just told that it applies. And I've been doing a lot of reading. I'm not a lawyer, I don't know anything about it, but I have some questions. Recently, to help us understand, the AG's office issued some guidelines for municipalities. I think it came through the Mass Municipal Association. And it says, for municipalities, the legal test for the Dover Amendment, for determining whether the Dover Amendment applies, is that it must meet both of these requirements. It has to be a bona fide religious or educationally significant goal, which I think you have. And then it says it has to be owned or leased by a religious sect, the Commonwealth or one of its agencies, or a not-for-profit. When I look at the petitioner, it's the Primrose School Franchising Corporation Company. And I looked online, and that seems to be a for-profit. I know there's like a charitable part of Primrose, but that's a corporation to establish grants and make charitable contributions to other organizations. So I'm just curious if there is like proof that has to be supplied to the board that this applies, and if it follows the AG's rules that were just issued. They said their rules come from a summary of all the case law that's been out there all these years.
Okay, let's dig into that question. I might ask our town council to comment on that first, and if, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Was that your question, or did you have
That's
other
the main
questions?
question.
Okay.
I don't have a lot of schematic questions. I do know we asked in a previous meeting about the parking, if this size business has to have charging stations, because I was sitting in on a previous meeting that we were requiring it of other businesses that were smaller than this size. And they said that the parking spaces were bigger and longer because they had to accommodate the charging stations. And so I didn't know if that would impact some of the parking spaces if you had to have one or two or three, depending on the size.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
we did have that as an outstanding question.
we were gonna
Are
look
they
that.
going to be?
But my bigger question is the AG's ruling about companies having to prove that they're not-for-profit as well as educational.
So I'd like to take this question in two parts. One is for clarification, could we ask our town council to give an overview of that? And if nonprofit status is required, maybe we can just ask the applicant about that. Thank you. Hi, Ethan, we see you now.
Good evening, everybody. Ethan Dively, Town Council. So the current speaker has quoted what is the second paragraph of the Dover Amendment General Laws 40A, Section 3, and the Attorney General's recent guidance, which speaks specifically to educational uses and religious uses. The project that the board's considering this evening is founded in a protection in the third paragraph of the Dover Amendment, which speaks specifically to childcare facilities and does not contain the same limitations that they be not-for-profit organizations.
Oh, okay, because I did do just some, I believe you just did some general reading, and it just said, like, can the Dover Amendment ever be used for a for-profit situation? I always got no.
Correct. And if we were talking about a religious or a purely educational institution, that answer would be correct. I think as attorneys, we've spent most of our careers trying to parse this terrible statute, which is well-meaning but is very hard to understand.
I appreciate the clarification, because everywhere I went, it didn't seem to fit, and so I just needed to understand it better to wrap my head around it and be able to move forward.
So I appreciate the question, because you may not have been the only one who had that question. So thank you for asking it. We could be all on the same ground of understanding.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I just added that EV question.
Oh, the EV
We'll get to that also.
Thank you. Okay.
Actually, did anybody ever look into the EV requirements? I'm looking at Andrew because
Building hasn't found the hard fast requirement to put them in. EV ready might be different, but there hasn't been a found hard and fast requirement to install EV chargers for educational childcare uses to date.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
I'm Tom McCord, 44 Francis Drive. There's two elements I'd like the commission to continue to give attention to. One does relate to the input that's been received so far from the town's emergency personnel, particularly the fire. And I think that that input may have not reflected a robust discussion of the concerns that have been raised by members of the commission, as well as by the public. For example, in suggesting that the revised plan would meet fire safety standards, I would be interested in knowing whether the fire chief had, for that purpose, assumed that the area that he was accessing would be clear of children when he was accessing it. Presumably his answer would be yes. And if that was the case, then I would be interested in knowing whether the fire chief had actually received any input on how that area would be clear of children for purposes of satisfying the concerns that he originally raised about the access to the site. So I think having either the fire chief be present at a subsequent hearing or some other mechanism for that interaction would be desirable. The other element that I wanted to focus on is, in fact, the frontage requirement. And I think that it's important for you to reflect on the reasons that there are frontage requirements, and that one of those purposes is to facilitate safe access to a property. And while 10 feet on either side may not seem significant in general, I think the fact that there is now parking right up at that access point needs to be considered for purposes of determining whether that lack of that extra 10 feet is reasonable or not. Because an extra 10 feet would give room for pulling out from a parking space and not obstructing traffic to a much greater degree. That's basically the length of many cars. So that in this case, I think there could be a basis for saying that that 10 feet on either side would be significant for this particular site where the parking is right at the frontage of the property. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Other comments?
Good evening, Scott Dontremont, 891 Main Street in Reading, direct to butter. But not here to speak so much as in a butter, but really as sort of longtime member of the town and a recent student of all of these laws that none of us wanted to need to learn about and are continuing to kind of learn along the way here. So it's pretty evident that this corporation has found a loophole to kind of really exercise the limits of common sense and rationality relative to what can be crammed into this lot and really have an intense use and really intense site plan come before the board. I can appreciate that the board can only regulate certain amounts. Not sure whether frontage is even one, although clearly it ought to be. But there are 8 things that they can, or that you can, regulate. Among them is parking. I implore you to really look at the aspects of this project that you can faithfully look at. Initially, the project was presented at 40 parking spots. Same huge building, their information was plenty, even despite the fact that any professional traffic study that they would do would already factor in that people are going to be absent, people would call in sick, some kids wouldn't be there. Lots of talk about how the 40 is adequate. When the board pushed back, voila, 53. But when we look where they are, common sense tells you they're not really legitimate parking spots. They wouldn't be approved in any other project. Were this not a Dover Amendment project, based on the frontage, this would be an extension of a non-conforming lot. It would go to the ZBA. The ZBA would no doubt have lots of problems with it. I get that may not happen here, likely won't, but that doesn't mean that you should turn a blind eye to the very obvious issues with the parking. When people back out of those spots, they're clearly gonna make a problem on Main Street. And despite the fact that you say, oh, we don't want that either, and I believe that you don't, an unwillingness to present a plan that will eliminate it is sort of silly. There's a subtext here of like, hey, we got you with the law. So careful, guys. And, you know, we only have to give you so much info. We're already giving you a little bit more than you need. But I question that, because you can legislate parking and you can ask for a completely independent traffic/parking conflict study that will outline the interactions of all of these cars coming and going to determine whether this is in fact safe, whether those are in fact parking spots that are approvable by you as a board. Maybe you can only get 35 spots. Maybe the size of the building has to be smaller. We all get this is a use. I've lived next to a daycare for a while. It's the way it is. Not a big deal. Hasn't been a daycare in a long time. Whatever. The Dover Amendment is not carte blanche. While it limits your ability to look at aspects of the project, it doesn't totally stop you from looking at a certain list of things. I wrote you a letter. I showed you pictures from last Thursday. A peer review is not sufficient. A peer review looks at the methods of what the previous person did and says, yeah, what they followed through and what they did, that looks good. It is not an independent, practical look. It is not an exhaustive, multi-dimensional approach to, does this really make sense here based on field conditions? I cut somebody off a couple weeks ago and they beeped at me on trash day. It's almost impossible not to. It was raining last Thursday. About half the cars had their headlights on, about half didn't. As soon as you tap on your brakes, it backs up. People are pulling back out. There is a real question about whether those spots can be real, whether or not they're designated for employees or not. In other aspects of their application, they've made points that the employees come and go at different times. They said it in the context of that would be helpful. But in this case, it would be unhelpful because, of course, who knows when one of them's pulling out, right? So I don't know, I could go on and on for all the obvious reasons, but I know it's a late night and maybe other people want to speak too, but I'm really encouraging the board. It's too important. If you take public safety seriously, I think you'll ask the applicant to fund a completely independent study of how this parking lot, traffic impact, how all of that will work out and play out as a benefit to the entire town of Reading. They shouldn't object, but they may, just as they don't want to give you, a where is going to be the rally point because they don't quite have to. Where are we going to, we're not going to give you the parking until we don't know, until it kind of works out. I think it's noteworthy that there's nobody from Primrose here representing the project. We're like 3 levels away, right? We got professional people here who are on to the next one. This is what they do for a living. That's why he's over there bored, right? Like, why even pay attention to just the guy who lives next door? But fact of the matter is, we don't have interested people here from the community. We don't even have the corporation, never mind the franchisee. So we're constantly hearing about, they'll do this, they'll do that. Who's the they? There's a lot more here. You guys can regulate some stuff, and I encourage you to do so. Thanks for your time.
Great job. I won't cover everything that Scott and Janice and others have already said, but I do have a couple of things that we haven't addressed yet. And I did send a list of questions to the town last week. Unfortunately, you weren't working on Friday, but there's about 5 pages of questions and issues that we haven't even gone to address. So I just want to point out a couple of them tonight, so we've all heard them. So regarding the new design of the parking spaces, so yeah, they're 10 feet from the entrance to Main Street. We know the speeds on Main Street. We know how people will be turning in. So they've actually made this project even less safe by the addition of these parking spaces. Do we really think this is reasonable? When you think about that reasonable aspect of the Dover Amendment, are these additional parking spaces 10 feet from Main Street really that reasonable? The developer has conceded nothing. We have asked them, we have expressed worries about the safety, and all they do is just adding on and saying that they don't need to address those various aspects. The previous applicant at 7 p.m., we learned that she had a 14-year history of doing business in our town. And like Scott said, we don't even know who this franchisee is, but somehow we're supposed to trust who this person is going to be when this developer has already been so disingenuous so far. Looking at Janice's presentation, almost all of those sites appear to be either mixed use or abutting commercial areas. They appear to have substantial and compliant setbacks from adjoining properties. Why hasn't the CPDC not asked this developer to propose a smaller school?
Yes.
Yes. Are you wanting us to answer these questions as we
I would
go
love
along?
an answer.
So the thing again that we control are all of the dimensional requirements, and they meet the dimensional requirements.
Can we ask this of Primrose, or is that not allowed?
What's
Because
that?
this comes up at every single meeting. Why can't Primrose answer this question for us? You've heard the concerns about safety. You've confirmed that this is a non-conforming structure, that there's not enough space, that the street frontage is inadequate, that there's only 2/3 of this parcel that's usable, and you still have not come back to this community and suggested an alternative plan.
So let's keep going with your questions because there's
So
some
they're not
some are
gonna
be-
answer
Some
it.
are gonna be answerable and some are
So
not.
so there's no answer to that, Josh, or
I'm taking notes on.
Okay, great. You
nobody can answer, so nobody can answer that, is
Well,
the
no, I'm
answer?
Why don't you go through your questions and then we'll take a response, okay?
Okay. So at our very first CPDC meeting, the engineer stated that the average drop-off time was 5 minutes with only about 12 vehicles entering and exiting per hour. But we did our own research, and on July 8th from 8 to 9 a.m. at Primrose and Woburn, there were 78 cars and one tractor trailer that was there for 45 minutes. The average drop-off time was not 5 minutes, it was 8 to 15 minutes, and this is without winter boots, coats, jackets, and this is during a vacation month. There was spillover onto Lexington Street that did cause traffic backup, crossing that double line, and this was observed by a retired police officer, and I think we need to take his word for what he observed. We also observed the Primrose Andover location on July 7th, which was another holiday week time with lighter traffic than usual. In 1 hour, from 3:40 to 4:40 p.m., there were 45 cars that entered and exit, and parents stayed 5 to 15 minutes. So this is a question for the CPDC. Have you done your own due diligence to investigate the congestion and safety issues? You know, we said when we talked about the traffic study that we might not agree with what the findings are. So do you agree with those findings? Do you agree that everything is fine, that everything is copacetic based on the study? No? Or
I asked my additional questions already. I'm having a hard time telling which are rhetorical, which you want
So
me
this
to
is a
do.
question.
So
Do you
why
all
don't you
agree
answer
with
your,
it?
why don't you ask your questions and then
Okay.
we'll go through all
All right, so I think as a community, we would like to see another meeting with the Reading Police Department to talk about these safety issues because we are not satisfied with the findings of the peer review study. Regarding Main Street, when we talked about having a traffic study, we also wanted to look at the peak speeds, not just the average speeds on Main Street, and it doesn't look like this was part of the traffic study. As we saw, there was an accident on Main Street in May, and the driver was reportedly going 90 miles an hour. We also, the CPDC said that they would be requesting accident reports for the past 5 years. I'd like to know the status of that request. We had an abutter ask to make sure that the COVID years would be exempt from any sort of traffic study. I don't know if that happened. The CPDC also said that we would get in touch with Mass Department of Transportation to talk about the decision for the road diet in this area and why that was made. And we haven't gotten an answer on that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
The road diet. We had talked about investigating why that section became a road diet area. And
we could still find that out, but I don't know that it has the question of why that was done. I don't know if it will have bearing on this one, so I'm gonna just pause on that one. 'Cause again, some of them are super germane. That one is like the whole road was done. I don't know why.
I think we also need to determine, you know, yes or no, is this going to be a left turn only? It doesn't sound like Primrose wants to make this a left turn only, and so, or blocking the left turn and allowing a right turn only. So I think before this project moves any forward, we need to understand what the real impact of that traffic will be, because if it is a right turn only, we need to understand the impact on Hampshire Road, on Lawrence Drive, which also, by the way, doesn't have sidewalks, and we have walkers to 3 public schools in that area, a quarter mile away. Regarding the school itself, the engineer said that at our first CPD meeting that Primrose does not host all school events. This was not accurate because we know that the Andover School does, so we need to understand what are the policy around all school events. We've seen people park both on Main Street but also on Bethesda across the street and crossing Main, which is a state highway. Do we really believe that a no parking sign is going to ensure public safety in this area? So I guess that can be sort of a hypothetical question, but really. The engineer also said that there is no kitchen staff and that teachers take care of food service and cleanup. But the Primrose website says that there's on-site chef and for students. So what is the real answer? And in terms of the staggered or defined drop-off and pickup, it doesn't sound like the developer is interested in hearing or considering that. So let's look carefully and really consider what that drop-off and pickup time will look like when we've got 3 public schools in a quarter mile radius doing the same drop-off and pickup time. The traffic study, the Primrose seemed satisfied that most of the accidents occur between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. Like this is somehow okay. This is when school is in session. This is when little kids are going to be running around. But
and this is when most accidents on Main Street occur. And the Primrose was not able to answer if they will close when Reading Public Schools are closed. So we need to know that too. Regarding the emergency evacuation plans, I know that's a bonus and they don't need to provide that to us, but a lot of these students are going to be non-ambulatory. They're toddlers, they're infants. So take in mind also the safety and the security of evacuating these most precious students. And finally, I take exception when the developer says that, the comments on the stormwater are minor and that we are near completion with the Conservation Commission. We are most certainly are not. The property and the discussion has not even broached the subject of my property, which is at the lowest point of this parcel, and also adjacent to a certified whirlpool. So that's it for me.
Okay,
thank you.
Those were all the questions, and you said you were taking notes. Do you want to respond to any of those?
I can do my best to, I think, respond to the ones that I'm able to. So I think, one of the questions was size of the building. So what we look at are the dimensional requirements. Does this building meet the height requirements? Yes. Does this building meet the setback requirements? Yes. Can we provide enough parking on site? Yes. So we do feel comfortable that the building can be safely accommodated as part of the application. Accident reports, we did include 2019 to 2023. That's a requirement of Mass DOT. Our office did also pull from Reading PD the records from 2021 to earlier this year, kind of the most readily available. We found them kind of consistent with the previous findings. They're skipping around. We did not, as part of the traffic study, we did not perform a speed study. So we looked at kind of the requirements of Mass DOT. We looked at sight lines, and the peer reviewer kind of agreed with both the methodology and the findings of the report. The driveway, it is proposed to be a full movement driveway. We obviously have to work through Mass DOT, but it is a full movement driveway being proposed.
Does that mean not right turn only?
Correct. It gets left in and left out is proposed as part of the driveway. I can touch on a few of the operational items just to provide some clarity. I did want to clarify, so the majority of accidents along this corridor are between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., not 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. There are accidents that happen outside of those hours, but the majority, almost 50%, 47% happen between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So a couple of kind of operational items. So I think what I'll do is I kind of will go through things. We'll kind of ensure that kind of the record is clear. So the hours of operation for this school will be 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. The drop-off times are typically within a 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. window. Pickup times are typically between 3:30 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. The operation of a drop-off, we're kind of post-COVID now, so the parents, park their car, they walk or carry their child into the main entrance. They have a code within the vestibule to enter the building, and then they head toward their designated classroom and drop their child off. The reverse happens during pickup. Kind of the deliveries, so food delivery, kind of again, one time per week, typically between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. It can be scheduled. Trash is typically one time per week. It is a private hauler, so trash is scheduled as well. And then office supplies, so such as like Staple or UPS, is on an as-needed basis. That's typically a small box truck or a van. Sorry, just a little out of order. So kind of highlighting some of the special events. I did kind of work through with the team on what the intent is for this school. So graduation is done by classroom. It's not combined. They do each classroom on a different day. They do it in the middle of the day, so outside of the drop-off and pickup operation. It's typically less than an hour. Open houses. So open houses are by appointment only, so they're open to the public. Public has to make an appointment to join the open house. They typically do a 6 p.m. to 6:30 tour and a 6:30 to 7 p.m. tour. So it's a half an hour tour, and it's kind of during off hours, so kind of no impact from a traffic perspective. They also will do a private tour via appointment only. So it would be kind of midday, kind of outside of the drop-off and pickup hours. And they would only do kind of 1 to 2 parents at a time, so no impact from a parking perspective. Now, Primrose does encourage each facility to do an event. So they call it their spring fling. It happens 1 time a year. So it's not a requirement. So all the children aren't required to go. It is a kind of RSVP'd or a ticketed event. So the tickets, kind of the money that's raised goes to charity. At other schools, they'll have staff. It's not a ratio of staff that attend. So they may have, 4 to 8 staff members kind of join. It's not fully staffed. Parents come staggered. It's typically on a Saturday or a Sunday morning, again, kind of during those off-peak times. It's something they would really like to do. If the board felt that, doing a spring fling is something they, don't feel comfortable with, they wouldn't do it. But they think it's a really nice event. All their schools have done it. It's 1 time a year. They haven't noted any issues in the past. And again, not everyone comes. It's a ticketed event, so they can control how many people are there, so they can ensure they have adequate parking on-site or off-site to kind of accommodate the spring fling. They do also do a back-to-school event. This is only for new families, so for first-time families. It is not open to the entire school, so it's broken down by age. So again, they'll do kind of multiple events throughout the week. And it's typically about an hour. Again, not during drop-off or pick-up key times. Kind of highlighting some of the other operations that I think I have seen kind of come up in different public comments. So just to clarify, there is 1 kitchen staff member. The kitchen staff member, they typically get there around 7 a.m. They prep the morning snack. There's no breakfast, it's just a snack. They serve the snack, and then they go back and they prep lunch. Once lunch is served, they clean and prep for the next day. They typically leave around 2 p.m. So 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. is the kitchen staff member. And we took that into account in our total employee count for parking. Just make sure, I think there was one other item. School events. No, I think that really touches on, I think, the questions that I think were directed towards us. But I just wanted to, go through the operations, kind of it's from the previous meetings.
I have a follow-up question. It was mentioned that a town that has Lexington Street, was that Woburn? Where it was observed traffic was backing up onto Main Street. What did they do there to make that not happen?
I don't know.
Could you find out?
I haven't
That's
studied
exactly the situation I was talking about, where, you have the correct number of parking spaces, and I do actually have a question about 1 or 2 of these parking spaces. But backing up onto Main Street, I mean, that's a nuisance. You can't do that. So say if we were to condition the decision, just to be very explicit, if we were to be sure we included a reminder in the decision, that if there's back on Main Street, you have to collaborate with the town to make that not happen. How do they handle that in Woburn? I mean, we have businesses here who have to get police detail, right? How do they handle that? I'd like to know that.
Our office didn't work on Woburn, so I can't answer that right now.
I'm sure, so yeah, can the Primrose people provide that
But
information?
I think in terms of a condition, again, parking management plan, if there is, any type of backup, we would obviously kind of can work with the town.
It's not even a requirement, right? If a facility causes a nuisance, we have to take care of it.
100%, totally agree.
And that's when the tractor trailer food delivery was there too, between 8 and 9 a.m., so not during the afternoon.
And that can be a condition, there are no tractor trailers, so it's a small box truck. We model the site for an SU-30, but the trucks are typically smaller.
And when did you say deliveries typically happen?
So I could go back through. Just make sure we get it correct. So the trash is typically once per week, and it's scheduled by a private hauler, so they can pick the time that they do it. They typically do it during kind of off-peak times.
And deliveries, like food deliveries?
Food delivery, again, private company, typically between 12:30 and 1:30, and it's a small box truck.
Okay.
We have no issue of condition being, no trucks larger than an SC30 are permitted.
I have one more question and follow-up to your comprehensive answers. Spring Fling back to school event, you have 53 spaces in a place where there is no overflow parking. I guess, what would you do? What would you recommend to the school? That you've got 170 students, I believe, so like a third of the parking that's required. I mean, you have 100% of the parking that's required, right? You have 100% of the parking that's required, but for an all-school event, it's probably not adequate. And what would you recommend to the school?
So it's a ticketed event. So it's, it is open to the whole school, but it's not, the whole school won't be there. And that's something really, I, kind of focus on site civil engineering. They have operational team members, they have a director that throw these type of events, for other schools and kind of collaborate with other directors across many daycare. So, what each school does is find that what works for them. So in this case, they might not be able to, find a place for teachers to park off site. So they may limit the ticketed event to a smaller group, or they might break the Spring Fling up into a couple small events. So, what they're responsible for ensuring is there's no backup on Main Street. There's no negative impact from a traffic perspective for any event that they do.
And there is no other place to park is the thing.
Correct, but for an example, and I have worked on other applications, not daycare, and they will kind of work with local businesses that may have adequate parking on a Saturday. They might have their teachers park there, and they could either rent a vehicle or put a couple people into kind of a van and head over to the site. So now you're carpooling instead of having kind of individual vehicles.
I will just note, we can think about this for conditions as well. I mean, you can't condition the operations, I suppose, but I will just note that we were told very early on that there were no school events, and this is a departure from what we were initially told.
So I want to clarify it. It's
Let's one person at a time. Yeah.
It's not an all school event. It's ticketed, so it is a limited. But again, wanted to be kind of transparent with the operations.
So I appreciate that we got that information, and there's no other parking at the site.
If I could add a few other points and address a few other questions that came up during public comment. Just circling back to the question, just because I've been on the board of charitable organizations that have thrown events. And when it's a ticketed event, you hope you get more than you have room for, and then you find another location. There's no requirement that the Spring Fling necessarily be in that location. So if they get more requests for tickets than they have space for, they can make the determination, do we limit the tickets to what we have space for, or do we find a new location so we can take advantage of the interest? Or do we have a parking valet company come and stack? And I want to say, we have not interrupted any of the members of the public. We haven't scoffed or lashed out at them.
I'm
and
sorry,
I'd appreciate
I
the
didn't
same
hear you
courtesy.
being interrupted, but
I've heard it a few times, particularly with Josh, so and
I'm listening.
hopefully you did hear that.
I'm
So
listening.
there are lots of ways to plan for that. This is one event a year, and they will make, if there's a condition that says there's no backing up on Main Street, which is certainly reasonable and not one that we would object to in any way, we can certainly work with that and from an operational standpoint, make a determination about whether an event needs to be limited, stretched out, or managed in a way to comply with that condition. That won't be a problem at all. I do want to briefly come back to the suggestion that this parking would not be allowed, this parking situation wouldn't be allowed anywhere else. These parking spaces comply with the dimensions, they're 9 by 18. I have read through the bylaw. I don't see anything that says you can't have parking within a certain distance from the public way. So this project not only is by right, not only is protected under the Dover Amendment, but is 100% compliant with every requirement in the bylaw except one. One that we don't have control over because it only has 80 feet of frontage. So I want to briefly read from, I want to be really clear, this is a land court decision. It was affirmed by the appeals court, but not in a public opinion, published opinion. So this is not binding, but I think it's worth listening to. And the name of the case is Zog Chen Community versus Zoning Board of Appeals of Buckland. This is the former Chief Justice of the Land Court, Judge Shire. None of the dimensional requirements set forth in Section 3 relate to frontage, and it is only by a strained interpretation that the ZBA argues that this was intended by the general court. I find and rule that the dimensional requirements as set forth in Section 3 do not encompass frontage. No municipality can limit the use of land for exempt purposes other than for reasonable regulations of the matter specified by the general court, i.e. bulk and height of structures, yard size, lot area, setbacks, open space, parking, and building coverage. The town's position clearly violates the statutory mandate. So there is no basis for the town, for the board to assert jurisdiction over frontage here. But even if there were, even when you're looking at one of the dimensional requirements that you can regulate, it has to be reasonable in the circumstances. And in every single Dover petition I've ever argued, the neighbors have said, but not this one. That's fine, but this is special. This is the most dangerous street. This is the one application that the board should deny. But, oh, and don't listen to the traffic peer reviewer because they don't know what they're doing. And don't listen to the fire chief or police chief because they didn't care enough to look at this. But what you have here is a peer reviewer who has said that the parking is adequate, the access is adequate, a fire department that has said the same. There's just no basis for the board to look any further at frontage, even if it were properly within your purview. And there's nothing else for you to look at because we are 100% compliant with every single requirement in the bylaw, except frontage. So I think it's important to, to bear that in mind as you're looking at this. And I'm not being disingenuous, this is the law, and my job is to state in good faith what the facts are and what the law is. And though people may feel like they know better than the peer reviewer or the fire chief, that's not sufficient under the law. There are well-established ways to account for the changes in traffic during COVID. There's no precedent that I'm aware of for requiring traffic to be, access to be determined based on peak speed. That's a standard no other applicant would ever be held to. So when we're asked, why don't you make it smaller since this is so non-conforming? It's not non-conforming as to anything except the existing frontage non-conformity.
Thank you. It's getting late.
Can I
Do we
make
have more
another
public comments?
It is
Can you
non-conforming.
please come up here to speak?
It is non-conforming, except
Please
that
speak
it's
to
a
the commission, not to the
Dover
others.
Amendment project, right? It's an extension of a non-conforming use. The home there is supposed to have 100 feet of frontage. They have 80. So it's not that. And my point in saying that the parking wouldn't be accepted anywhere else is to say that in the case where it needed to go in front of the zoning board of appeals, they would take a hard look at the usability of the site. Is this project substantially detrimental to the neighborhood and all that? I can appreciate that it's not in your purview to do that here. But that doesn't mean we need to hear about how everything's perfect with this project when common sense tells you it's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheer everyone on, but it's getting really late. And I actually had a question about parking. I'd love to be able to ask it myself. Thank you. So I've been looking at this, and I do have one question about it's probably like one parking spot. And it's, if you want to bring up the schematic that they gave us, and it's this parking spot as you enter, and it's right on the right. Where if somebody were pulling out of there, they would either have to back up into oncoming traffic or back up so they're facing oncoming traffic. And I'm wondering, did we ever get, and I am also wondering if you can actually, if there's enough space to actually turn in there without doing a little bit of a back and forth. And then did we ever get a turning radius for that? I mean, it's just one spot, but it's a little dangerous. Are we, and how far over the number of parking spots are we right now?
Right on.
We're right on, right? That one spot, I have to say, it's been bothering me. It's been bothering me. And I know we're not gonna make a decision tonight because you still need to go to conservation. And I'm thinking it would be helpful to just have some sort of demonstration of how a car would get in and out of there in a way that doesn't cause a ruckus at that entrance.
Can I just say one quick thing?
Yes, but please come up.
I'm Leslie John, I'm 27 Duck Road. If you look at that schematic, so it's one of those parking lots where when you come in, you can't get out of your parking spot because there's a car behind you. So to your point about cars being backed up on Main Street, any of them. So when you come in, all the parking spots are on the side. So for you to back out of that parking spot, I can't come in anymore. So now I'm one back. So the car behind me is one back. So if you have like 10 people in those parking spots and they're all trying to get out, and then you have them going around and then they're going left or right, that to me just seems like it's going to perpetuate back and back and back and back.
I see what you're saying, and it's actually one reason why I would like, please don't interrupt me. It's one reason I was actually very interested in the parking management plan. Even if it's like a sketch of one, we know that you have, that it changes. We know that you're saving the 10 spots around the 10 for the in and out. And do we have it anywhere in writing of, there are a couple of things of, you know, will those be the ones under number 11? Will they be reserved for staff? And I will also say that the situation of backing up into an oncoming flow of traffic is what you get at Bagel World, you get at the grocery store, you get that all the time. So I'm also taking a realistic view of that. I mean, that is just how parking lots are. But it relates very much to the parking and traffic plan of how traffic will be actually managed on site to kind of minimize that.
I think, I mean, as discussed, we're happy to provide an outline of what we would look at when preparing the parking management plan. I think it wasn't, so all the parking areas are 9x18. These are 24-foot aisles. It's kind of a commercial standard that's being held. But we're happy to, you know, kind of provide that additional outline. And then, you know, right now the 4 spaces on either side of Main Street are designated employee only. The 10 spaces that I highlighted earlier would be kind of reserved for the drop off and pick up peak times. All the other spaces are not designated.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And is that written down anywhere?
It's in the response letter that was submitted, so it's part of the record.
Okay, thank you. Others? I think we're getting close. We have any other questions, closing questions or comments from the commission? John?
Notwithstanding council's earlier comments, I remain concerned over the lack of an apparent means to relocate occupants
under any sort of emergency. Now, that may not be our purview, and I'm not aware, and I'd be interested in town council's opinion, but it's certainly going to be the police chief's concern, and I do believe, as was mentioned by one of the earlier speakers, his approval of this sighting may have been conditioned more on turning radius and not on any particular other question. So I think it's very much worth our while to ask these questions of him. Is he still comfortable with the site as proposed in the light of a gathering spot needing to relocate people? I think public safety is number one. With all due respect to tonight's visitors, you guys are going to be gone in 6 months. This is your gig. I do the same thing. I'm on the road 200 days a year. You'll be gone. You've been here 6 months, perhaps. Some of the folks in this room have been here 60 years. And we're going to live with the consequences of it. It's no disrespect, but there's a different perspective. You're here to achieve an outcome. We're here to achieve an outcome that's acceptable to us. This board serves the public. We're here to represent the public's interests. So that's my exclusive concern is public safety. Because if it's designed to fail, it will fail eventually. So I would like public safety to comment on this stuff. And again, all through the eyes of what if, and is it properly outfitted to deal with all the consequences of what if? And whether or not we're able to rule on it, certainly the police chief can.
So we have, thank you, John. Any other comments?
I concur with John's statements.
So we have a note from the fire chief commenting,
Is that the April note?
I don't have it right in front of me.
That was on the turning.
May. It was a note from the fire department in May. That was follow-up. That determined a lot of sorry, it's getting late. That expressed a lot of satisfaction. We also have a note from the police department from back in March expressing deep concern. So as we get into the home stretch here, could we ask the fire department for just about this question about the rallying point and if that is a concern for them? And could we also ask the police department if they have any updated reflections on the site plan that includes the required minimum parking, et cetera?
I would, Chair, I would point out that the police chief's letter from April 30th, it's in the one I'm reading from the packet, it covers only 4 topics. Access to the building through the front, location of the hydrant, pedestrian safety, and internal building layout. It makes no representation at all to any of the topics.
Yes, that's the same one. Yeah, I'm looking at the same one. So let's ask him this question.
It is silent on the question.
Yeah, so let's ask him this question, just to have that response for us and for the community. I would like to find out what's happening in Woburn when they back up onto Lexington Street. If that's causing a problem, we need to know how that's going to be handled here because that's exactly the police chief's concern. And I know that you don't know that answer, but by the time you meet with us next, you should be able to get that answer from Primrose, right?
I'm happy to get the answer. It may not be that satisfactory, but I think that is where a parking management plan comes into effect because what Woburn does, what sites we have in New Jersey, New York, all throughout Mass, every site is unique. So I think that is really where the parking management plans, but we will ask.
And some sort of sketch of a parking management plan or an example parking management plan would be useful. I rarely refer to another hearing, but we had a hearing for another daycare facility that was able to provide a parking management plan earlier tonight. So you should be able to also, I think.
Yeah, I think again, we're happy to provide an outline to the board.
Okay, thank you. And then I know you still do need to go before, and then I would like to see the turning movements on that first spot because it does look difficult to me to make sure that that's actually going to be a workable one. And I'll park anywhere, so if it looks hard to me, it might be hard. And then I know you have to go through conservation still, and I would very much prefer to hold off on a vote until you get conservation so that if anything about the site needs to change, we have the final site plan to consider. Am I missing anything, anyone? It's so hot in here.
think so.
I think you got it all.
Okay, so we should ask for a continuance.
You're up to.
Okay, I'll move for continuance with regard to matter at 885 Main Street, Monroe School, till August.
Is there a second?
Second?
Second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Guy, you're first. Sorry, I knew I was gonna do that one day.
My French counterpart votes yes.
Hey, and I, Heather, vote yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so that will be continued to August 11th. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We do have a little bit more business on our agenda to take care of.
Would you be inclined to, not that, this is not a request to do it, it's a request for inclination, to request the select board to examine the signal with that intersection?
We can do that.
Just explore whether they'd entertain it, not to actually put it before them.
I could write them. We've got CPDC liaisons.
What? I do wonder about those two first parking spots. You'd have to basically bang a left or right turn right after coming in.
Now it's like
Lane, you gotta bang a left, you gotta miss traffic coming at you.
Yeah.
I think those first two might.
Yeah, well, and I was looking at that. It was bothering me. Anyhow.
Yes,
We can't be off the record right now.
We're on the air, we're not off the record.
Did you upload that by chance? What was that? Yeah.
Is there a way to turn this down?
No.
Turn it down?
Down or
Go up, make it colder.
It was like rattling a little bit, but is it blowing cold air?
Flowing warm
Send
air.
you an email tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they turned the AC off, unfortunately.
It's like, don't they ever have nighttime meetings here?
Let's look
Good
on
night.
the
Have a good
air.
night, you guys.
Thank you.
Follow
Good
up.
gentlemen,
Get us all the materials in advance next time.
Walker's
No
Brook
surprises
delivery
at the
hour.
meeting.
I did have a question, again, out of ignorance. On the first topic tonight, the minor site plan review. Does that control what the group can consider, given it's also Dover? In other words, is there a do not look here kind of a aspect to this in terms of a minor site plan review?
Oh, you mean does it change, in terms of minor site plan review?
Do you have
compared to
blinders
site
on
plan
when you consider a limited site plan review, even though the conditions are nearly identical to?
Yes and no.
I mean, to me, anything to do with the public interest is fair game, no?
Right, and so things can be requested, but not always, I guess. And so we ask for the stormwater traffic, we ask for almost everything in every minor site plan. Not any one specific we ask for every time, and some are more accommodating than others. So
Is town council still online or is he tapped off? Is Ethan
He's
still in?
gone.
yeah, I'm not seeing him online anymore.
Wisely got off.
Okay, we have two A&Rs and Walker's Brook Drive, and I kind of understand that Walker's Brook Drive is something we should really take care of. I'm sure the A&Rs as well, right?
I didn't understand the Walker's Brook Drive at all, because it's, by code, you go is it 7 to 11 for deliveries?
Yeah, so it's really, 34 Walker's Brook Drive, which is the Walker's Brook Crossing, Staples, what else is there, the Golf Galaxy, Starbucks, etc.
But don't they have a right to get deliveries? At those?
So they're hours, but there are,
They were
so
originally
let's let Andrew
So there are,
explain why this is.
there are the general retail hours and the general bylaw. I don't quite know when those were established, but when the site plan decision for this specific property was issued, they were conditioned for deliveries to be at 9 a.m., not the currently allowed 7 a.m. I don't know why, the intensity of the site, despite the industrial zone, et cetera, et cetera.
All that paper at Staples was making too much noise.
Yeah. So the applicant is requesting relief for a tenant to be able to allow for 7 a.m. deliveries to that site specific just based on their retail needs and operations, and given the fact that it is retail operations can begin at 7 a.m. in the general bylaw. I know maybe I don't quite know the hours of operation of this retail tenant, but they would like deliveries at 7 a.m., not prior to 7 a.m., so they can open at 7 a.m. is my understanding. Deliveries will be both in front and behind the store using the existing loading dock that has been used by Staples for years. There is screening in an existing fence and landscape behind the site. There are no physical changes needed to accommodate the loading.
There's no logic why this was ever set up.
I don't know.
And this,
Yeah.
but I would just want to be clear about the hours, because you said 7, and it looks like they want commercial delivery at 6 to 11.
Sorry.
General
not
bylaw
7 to 7.
771.
General bylaw 7. Yep, they are. I correct my statement. They are looking for the deliveries to operate at 7.
And it's an operation that we understand like opens at 7, so of course they need deliveries earlier.
Yeah.
Well, do we know who's going in? Are they opening at
Can't
7?
say.
We don't know.
Are they opening?
They're in the middle of negotiations, is my understanding.
And this is a condition that the possible tenant, I believe, is looking for to come to the site. I don't know who or what, but they would like the clear understanding that they would be allowed for the commercial.
But the general bylaw does allow 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. operation.
Are we looking for a variance just from the condition or from the general bylaw also?
General bylaw, sorry, I should have pulled this up before trying to guess off the top of my head. General bylaw allows retail operations to open for transactions 6 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Okay.
They are looking for commercial delivery between 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. fitting within the open retail hours of operation.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Sorry.
And I will say, I was
Fumbled that.
curious, I was curious about the screening, and so over the weekend I drove back behind, and there's a lot of trees, vegetation, and a lot of space to the nearest residence. Like you can barely even see the nearest residence. So I was pretty comfortable with the buffering there.
I'm comfortable with it too. Who wants to make the motion?
Yeah, make the motion.
With regard to 34 Walker's Brook Drive, seeking delivery hours from 6.
Wait, hold on. You know what? I just did a very bad thing because there are 12 people online. I should see if there are any public comments.
So half of them are us, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any public comments?
One of them's me.
One of them's
Okay.
not seeing any.
Sorry
hands
to
raised.
interject. Sorry to interrupt you there, Tom.
Seeking delivery hours from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's all I need to say.
Yeah, and we have a decision here somewhere, right?
Yeah, so I did draft a memo just
so
it's written.
Which is perfect.
Yeah, I think I did see it. Okay, if it's perfect, that's what my motion says.
I will second. Just getting on with it. So I'll take a roll call vote. We've got
Yes.
Merci, Guy. And Heather, yes. Tom?
Yes.
John, yes.
Great. Thank you. That was it for
Watch
that
what
one.
I do next time.
So for the A&Rs, we're actually only going to take one. We're only going to take the Gray Coach Road. I don't know if you heard about Summer Ave. Had a bit of an emergency there.
Oh, was the other one Summer Ave?
Yeah.
That's not the address though, is it?
Oh, that's awful. That is it.
Burning?
Yeah.
Oh.
So they had other things going on last week that they were running through. So to summarize the Gray Coach Road A&R, so I jumped down to that one. This is a land swap between the two addresses of 19 and 25 Gray Coach Road. About 1,900 square feet being transferred from one to the other, 25 to 19 in the case. So it's a land swap that does not affect frontage, but does change existing parcel lines. So it qualified for the approval not required plan. There is an associated easement that was really meant for not access. Let me just.
Can I ask a question? When this happens, Is a new deed issued with the dimensions of the larger parcel or the smaller parcel? In other words,
Correct, everything's recorded.
so from that moment forward, everything else is set. History has no bearing. It's not like you get 3 parcels out of it, you get 2.
Right.
I think this is a lot line adjustment, so it wouldn't be like another subdivision.
Right.
Right, so it's not a full subdivision that's creating new frontage to build new lots.
Okay, so this seems rather formulaic.
Yeah.
Now, the only question I had is, are there any sewers or leach fields in that area or anything like that, or improvements that we need to be
At
aware of?
this point in time, it's just that
Easements.
retaining wall lawn use, and that's really what the easement is for, but all to be transferred.
Okay. Do you need a motion?
Yes,
Let's see, my motion is to
Would be
approve.
to endorse in
is
this
to
case.
endorse.
Is to endorse the request for a lot line modification for 19 and 25 Gray Coach Lane as set forth in their application. How's that?
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Guy, start with you.
Yes.
Grazie, Guy. See, I could do that too. Heather, yes.
See.
Tom,
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Crazy.
We don't need to, we can go over accessory apartment bylaws, but there's one other thing I wanted to bring up, that's maybe a little bit more imperative.
Okay.
So we do have the 2 town projects coming towards a site plan review with Cpdc. They were intending to get on the August agenda. The August agenda is evidently a bit full.
Can we move to September, or does that put it at risk?
It does jeopardize a little bit on the schedule.
Are you saying we need to have another meeting?
It would be nice to consider a second meeting in August.
That's a lousy time for a second
I
meeting.
know.
It's a terrible time. It's supposed to not work that way. What are the 2 town projects, can we say?
Killam and Recal.
What's that?
Killam and Recal.
Oh.
What is that?
I didn't hear that.
Killam and the community center, senior center.
Kind of the only 2 big town projects that are around. Okay, let me look at the calendars.
I thought all the approvals on those were done.
So
They have not come before us at all. Sorry, I'm trying to find my calendar.
How could that be? But that's okay. August.
and I can follow up with dates later this week. We don't.
Yeah, let's not dwell on that.
Okay, yeah, find
Just
dates.
go to minutes.
I will be on vacation during that week of August 11th. I'll
Mhm.
just let everybody know, which is why I was agonizing over the fact that we have only 4 people. So I guess I'm gonna need to come in.
Just join by remote.
I will join remotely, and I hope I have good Wi-Fi. We'll figure that out.
I'll talk to the applicants.
What's that?
I'll talk to the applicants too. Maybe they're willing to continue further on. Anyways,
Fine.
neither here nor there.
Yeah, actually, honestly, it would be awesome, because I'll just be in a place where sometimes there's not good Wi-Fi.
Mhm.
But if they need to do it, they need to do it. All right.
I have another request. I would personally benefit from some FaceTime. It can't be an executive session, doesn't meet one of the 10 reasons. With town council on the matter of Dover. While I appreciate that the opposing counsel has his opinions, he's representing his client, he's not representing us. And I don't know where the guardrails are.
That's why I asked him to be on.
But I'm talking about a session just for us to ask questions separate from an issue in front of us. When you have the client sitting there, that's the last time you want to get educated, because
That's exactly right.
they're going to use what you don't know against you, and B, it's not an efficient use of their time. But in one of these next meetings, if we could get a piece, maybe 15, 20 minutes of town council's time remotely, I would like to go through with the edges of this. I spent the afternoon looking at Dover, and it does say public safety is a legitimate reason to at least, and by the way, work with your fire department and public safety, but it's a legitimate reason to at least consider not offering a permit.
I think it would be great to have an executive session.
Now, I don't know,
with Dover.
maybe that's just, between Gemini and my read of what.
Well, and also then, in my read, is that there's a lot of area in what the courts consider reasonable, right?
For public safety, if it's legitimate and defensible, my read was, they get it, right? You know your neighborhood better than anyone else.
So that would be great to do an executive session on
Maybe the next meeting or the next, if we have a,
Yeah.
if you're gonna schedule a special, schedule, let's do it then.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we can just do a third meeting in August.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. All right, we got minutes.
You can hold off on everything else if you do want to, or you can breeze through.
Is it important to do the minutes right now?
It's pretty quick. It was the earlier meeting to this one.
Yeah.
All the same players.
Oh, my laptop is
Now,
just not
I did not
cooperating.
attend that one, but I think I can still vote.
You can, you can have an opinion
And my laptop
on
just
something.
something happened. It got too hot and just like, there we go.
Motion to accept the minutes of, what is that, April 14th?
Yeah, were there any edits to them?
I have none.
I had none.
I have none.
Okay, so I'll second that. Motion to accept them.
Okay, you need a roll call?
I do need a roll call. Guy?
Yes.
Heather, yes?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Motion to adjourn?
I know, we're over the funny
okay.
stuff.
I'll second.
Motion to-
I'll second.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank
Good
you
night,
all.
everybody.
Thank you, Guy.
Okay, thanks.